As in, like, it's not really on screen. There we go. I have switched over the scene, and hopefully we should be live on the streamings. I should have had Twitch open just in the background to double check. I know there's like a 30-second delay. But we should be live. People should be seeing us. It's all good.
Yeah, it's definitely live.
Yeah, but I mean, like, this scene with the two of us. Hey Alex, I've seen in the chat, says hello. So that means there are faces that they are seeing. Excellent. Cool. In that case, I guess the preamble to get out of the way first, as per usual, is the classic. This is, of course, as you may have realised and noticed, not, in fact, Voldonia by Starlight. This is another special one-off, I was about to say Practical Heroes, but it's all Practical Heroes. A special one-off Immortals episode, continuing to follow Yuri's adventures and see what he's getting up to whilst the crew in the podcast episodes are still just doing what they're doing. But those episodes aren't live yet anyway, so it's all good. But don't worry, you don't need much of the podcast knowledge at all to be able to watch this.
Yuri is by himself kicking ass, taking names. It's okay.
Exactly. We're here with our favourite punk rock satyr. I am Mitch. That is Jord, as you can see from the helpful, handy name boards on screen. I did a lot of setup and I'm very happy with it. So,
I'm happy for you too, because OBS makes my brain hurt.
It's painful, but once you get the hang of it, it's good fun. Not that I've got the hang of it, but I somewhat know what I'm doing. I'm at the point where it's like, it's kind of good fun, because I kind of know what I'm doing. Enough, maybe? Question mark?
That's all that matters, right? Fake it till you make it.
Exactly. And with that, why don't I press this little button on soft rope to activate the intro music that we all know and love from our podcast, and hit you with the classic hello, family, friends, fans, and fellow adventurers, and welcome back to Immortals, the flagship Practical Heroes campaign, not podcast right now, set in the, like, I change the percentage each time, but it's like 80-90% homebrew world of Eroth. The like 10-20% is just a whole bunch of kobold press that's just absolutely not mine, but I'm stealing it anyway. But yes, welcome back to the world of Eroth. Please do not hesitate to let us know if audio levels aren't great, if anything needs turning up, turning down. And I'm trying to monitor it as much as possible on OBS while we do it, so it's good fun. With that all out the way, last time, Yuri made his way on board Promethea and continued his investigation with his friends before running outside to commune with Shaxar and finding himself pulled through a puddle of water that had spilled onto the deck, and face to face with Shaxar himself, the Dark Lord of Elves and patron deity of Yurkovich, the punk rock satyr. He informed you that you were in what was once a dwarven vault and had later been taken over by somewhat of a boogeyman from Yuri's bedtime stories in Faltis.
Mr. Oogie Boogeyman.
The Dreadhorn himself, Thorgol the Foul, goes by varying different types of pronunciations and various different names, but my preferred one is Thorgol the Foul. You were told that this could be a chance for you to earn some power of your own, and potentially be what you need in order to save your friends, which is, of course, one thing Yuri is quite hot on right now, is being able to protect his friends, who have been doing a pretty good job of keeping him alive every single time he's been beaten to a pulp, of which there's been many. You you completed what was this trial, as Shaxar put it. You investigated this vault, found various rooms broken through, a dead tree covered in spider webs and spiders with a giant spider presiding over it. You encountered various reanimated Minotaur skeletons, or it was just the one, but it was enough. And you encountered a large number of, for some reason, it just seems to be like my most used D&D monster, cultists. I just really love cults, apparently.
They're fun once you're in.
It's true. You have a lot of fun as a member, but you make a lot of money at the top. And you carried on investigating. You found a fun little puzzle which related to stories you'd heard of the Dreadhorn. In particular, a chant which happened to be being chanted in a language that Yuri didn't quite understand. You were then swarmed by another 10 cultists and somehow managed to beat them all off.
You're strong like ox. Or going to be strong like ox.
And you managed to stop the ritual that they were trying to perform. As Shaxar told you, they were trying to summon either Thorgol himself or a fragment of his soul and draw it into one or all of them in order to give them power. He then said this ritual could be completed by Yuri if he wanted some power of himself, and gave Yuri the choice. Sacrifice the humans and the elves who had been gathered in the cage in a manner symbolic to Thorgol rejecting his original humanity and crusading to destroy the elves, or refuse and be returned to the deck of Promethea, likely to die with his friends. And of course, Yuri agreed and performed the ritual and made himself a vessel for the Dreadhorn, as Shaxar called it. And where we had left off, you stepped onto the altar once more and were engulfed in flames as Shaxar laughed. And you felt yourself being taken somewhere else entirely. So, I'm just going to switch back to OBS to make sure this scene transition goes nice and smooth. Excellent. The webpage needs reloading. Good job. There we go. There it is. That's a little bit of my hand poking through the separator. I've set this up very well, and no one's immersion is at all ruined. Just ignore the hand peeking through the divider, because it's now vanished. For us.
I'm not going to watch the Twitch stream because I see a little bit more of the map than I want to.
Yes.
So I want to be surprised.
So,
the gigantic spider like last time.
Another little immersion break. Just to let our audience know, you are seeing the DM view of the map. So, please try and make sure you don't spoil anything for Jordan or mention anything. This time there aren't a bunch of hidden monster tokens that Yuri wouldn't see. I will just be adding most of them on the fly, because it's more fun that way. But you guys can see a lot more of the map than he can. He's got Fog of War enabled, as do we both, so the bits that you can see that are slightly more grayed out are pitch black for Jordan, and he cannot see anything. So that is good fun. I'm just stalling for a second because I realised I haven't opened the DM version of the map that I need that has some extra hidden fun stuff on it. So, Yuri. Let me actually switch music because it's still on the replay. I'm so good at this.
Yuri doesn't think he's going to die with this theme music, is it?
There we go, back to the spoopy music.
Oh, now he's going to.
So, Yuri, as you step onto the altar and you feel the flames engulf you, and once again all the breath is sucked from your body, everything goes black, and once again you feel yourself impact hard on solid ground. Your knees kind of buckle beneath you, and you end up on your hands and knees on much softer ground than you were before. You feel the crunch of leaves beneath your hands, beneath your knees. You are in dirt, leaves, you can smell trees, forest around you, and as you look up and take a deep breath in, you would likely recognize the familiar purplish dark hues of a Faltesian sunset, as you now find yourself on the surface of Faltis this time, rather than underground.
Yuri's gonna sit there for a minute, on all fours, grab in one of his hands a big clump of leaves, look up at the sunset, taking a deep breath, exhale, bring up the leaves and still nice long smell of it.
It's that very, very familiar scent that you are very used of. Faltesian jungle. You've spent a lot of time either exploring or performing in these kind of environments, and it's home. It's probably the most settling experience you've had in a very long time.
Very true.
Considering everything that's happened in the past, 2 months for Yuri.
Yeah.
And as you're taking this in, you notice the...
I'm assuming if I...
You what, sorry?
I'm gonna say Yuri's gonna slowly stand up, and he's gonna put leaves he has crumpled down into his and he's gonna grab it. And the second hand, it's gonna take more fresher leaves. Granted, they are kind of that fresher.
Yeah. And as you're doing this, and as you're kind of picking up these fistfuls of home, basically, you do... music's a little loud. Excellent. Well, why don't I make it even louder? I will turn it down. And as he says that, the song basically finishes, and I watch as the entire bar just dips completely. Let me just change up the limiter slightly, and I'll limit it even lower, to -15.
Practical Heroes, all about the tech issues. All about the tech issues, baby.
All tech, all issues, all the time.
On this velvety journey through Aeroth, we are your guides.
So, as you take these handfuls, you do notice this is a kind of half-worn, trodden path from the looks of it. You can see underneath your feet where there is patches of, not necessarily dead grass, but the upturned mud and earth that gives you the impression that people have walked through here and it's a fairly well-trodden path. The jungle around you seems to have not got back to reclaiming it yet. You can see the trees are kind of parted on both sides around you, and up ahead you can see this enormous cliff face just peering through the trees.
Is the cliff face behind me or in front of me?
In front of you.
Judging from the map.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna just kind of see it, kind of look around. Well, I think I know which way I have to go. I kind of wish Fleet was here, but I'll be alright. And I'll
Yes, unfortunately, Yuri's faithful familiar Fleeg is not with him.
I'll start walking up the path. Right there.
Okie dokie. So, as you start walking up the path, you don't quite realize like how you hadn't seen this from this almost dirt road that you were on. There is like a cave opening in this mountainside, and you can see
Cave of Wonders.
leaning up against the side of this cave entrance is a familiar, roughly 6-foot-ish shape, red skin, elf ears, demonic horns, just delicately almost leaning against the cave wall, arms folded, and he just smiles as you come close, and you can see the flames dancing in his eyes.
As I get close, the kind of joy Yuri was feeling over being back on the solid Maltesian ground fades, and he takes a brief moment of recollection of what he just recently did. And not anger or anything doesn't come over him, just this solemn look as he turns to Saxy Boy. Sax, I never say it right. Shax.
And
Shax
as
shot.
you approach, the Shax man
I'm a Shax man. Give it out, do that bop. That's canon now. That is canon, just so you know.
he is also known as the Shax man.
To all his demonic friends. I'll say to him, you know, I thought I did what you wanted. Why am I here now?
The smile kind of not fades, but diminishes ever so slightly, and he just... This isn't necessarily what I want, little satyr. But it's what you need. You do still have choice. You chose this path.
Yuri doesn't respond to anything because he knows Shax is right.
And he just... Once again, we find ourselves here. Still in Faltis, about, and just like delicately licks a fingertip and holds it up to the wind that isn't blowing, and just... Oh, I'd say... few hundred miles from the Celestial Cove. Near where one of the first expeditions uncovered some of Thorgal's relics. The reason Jordan's so happy right now is because that is a one-shot that he ran for us that he didn't realise would come back to bite him in the arse.
Yeah, not nearly as hard as it would. I figured, oh, you'll find a book or two about it, not you'll be involved with it.
But that...
My monster has come back to kill me.
That was not the only place in Faltis that the Dreadhorn had power. This is where he fled when the Minotaurs escaped. And this is where he began to build his power. So, let's hope this is one final test for you to prove your worth and begin to channel your new powers.
Yuri just kind of rolls his neck a little bit and doesn't respond.
Right now, you are a vessel. But a vessel is no good empty. Do you agree?
Yuri nods.
Exactly. And as he's stroking his chin, this goatee just slowly forms as he's stroking.
I like to think while he's saying all this, he's somehow, I don't want to say gliding, but I feel he kind of glides. Like he's going from shoulder to shoulder, kind of saying all this behind Yuri into his ears.
Yeah, there's a certain element of, you know, he's still leaning on this cliff face, but at the same time,
like his voice.
you could swear you could see him gliding towards you, and as you say, this voice is coming from everywhere. The mouth in front of you is moving, but occasionally it's over the right shoulder, and then you feel it almost drift through your brain to the next and the next side, and then round back to the front again, and it's very unsettling. You see, now you are ready to begin to receive fragments of his soul. And those fragments will give you power. When he was defeated, the only way to keep him down was to split his soul.
I don't honestly expect you to tell me the truth, but will I lose control to his soul and not be Yuri anymore?
As you blink, he's now directly in front of your face and just... Now that is the question. There is, of course, a chance for you to be completely overtaken by Thorgal the Foul. I won't lie to you. But I believe you're strong enough. That's why we're doing this. To prove that you are stronger than he was.
I appreciate the honesty.
You blink and he's back at the cave face. Yeah, sure.
I want to
Insight check a god.
Just to get a vibe.
Go for it.
Just see his vibe. See how he's vibing, you know. See if he's having a good time. See if he's, you know, lying. Granted, I don't have a +2 to my insight, but let's check it out. Yeah, as far as Yuri knows, he's telling the fucking truth. It's a 6.
Even still, it's actually fairly obvious in how it's coming through. He does seem to be being very upfront with you. You do kind of get the impression, like, right now, considering what's happened so far, does he really have a reason to be lying to you?
Yeah.
To a certain extent. And he just gestures behind him, and the shadows seem to melt away from this cave, and you can see these two enormous, like, 5-foot empty stone bowls, kind of brazier style, each one in front of another enormous 10-foot statue of a Minotaur, each of which is side by side to what seems to be It's clearly a door, but it's just solid stone. There's no evidence of an opening, nothing. And
Okay, I got you.
on this door is this horrific looking strange symbol that you have never seen before, but at the same time somehow something in your brain is just not entirely, but just ever so slightly making sense of it. And it's this horribly confusing experience knowing that you cannot fathom what this symbol is or means, but there's something in you that's just somewhat understanding.
Is Shaq's man still standing there?
Yes.
Before Yuri heads to the stone bowls and stuff to closer investigate them and stuff, Yuri will just look at Shax and go, "Don't forget, if this doesn't work or there's some nefarious scheme, I will find a way to get back with you."
Oh, I'm sure. And he kind of slowly drifts around to the other side of you and is kind of hovering near your right shoulder, but also positioned in between the braziers and the statues in front of the door. And he just slowly turns his head towards the door and just... Deep within this temple to the Dreadhorn, a fanatical follower of the cult of Dread has locked himself away for many, many years, unnaturally so. He hoped to fuse himself, mind, body, and spirit, with the Dreadhorn himself. He has, in fact, come into possession of a circlet once uncovered by an expedition led by the aforementioned Relics and Remnants Guild. Copyright Jordan 2020. They went in search of Thorgal's artifacts and found a pair of matching circlets. Through here lies one of them. Through here lies the first step. As we speak, your friends are in danger. And he slowly unfurls the fist that was kind of resting on his chin. And you can see an image of what seems to be Mary up in this mess of pipes from the looks of it, just firing arrow after arrow after arrow from this bow. You can hear explosions going off in the background, a lot of swearing. From the sounds of it, the cowboy that you met very briefly before entering Promethea, you can see Quijo and Fuiro are battling some unseen, hideous tendrils of shadow that are wrapping around Gunark slowly as he is struggling to break free. You can see Ethan, kind of half hidden behind one of the pipes, pulling daggers from his belts. Seth is, possibly for the first time since you've seen them, seems like they're genuinely worried. This is possibly the first time Yuri would see a look on Seth's face that doesn't seem like a "I have this under control" vibe. Seth's composure is slipping. And as Shaxar closes his fist, "You could have been there with them, and you would have died. They are close, and unfortunately, they will lose one. Why don't we make sure they don't lose any more?"
Do I get the sense from his speech and what he showed me that, I mean, it's all relative and construct, but that I'm forward in time a little bit from what they're doing.
This seems to be happening in real time.
Okay.
Had I not plucked you from the deck of Promethea, it is likely you would be dead now. The bigger threat
Oh, no, I'm not gonna...
yet looms.
Will they... Whatever they're facing right now, and what you showed me, will they survive that at least until the bigger threat?
They will.
Okay. And Yuri's just kind of gonna take a deep breath in.
As I say, there will be a loss from this fight. But it's not the closest ones to you.
That's just an NPC, I don't care. We'll see. I'm sure I'll be devastated when I actually get
It's your mother. Yeah. How'd you care now?
Alright. Yuri's gonna go ahead and move in between the two bowls. Just kind of, I want to look at the bowls, look at the statues, look at the door, or see if there's any sort of hint about what to do, any writing, anything like that. If there's maybe some stains in the bowl of like a liquid.
Sure. So you walk forwards, and as you do, Shaxar doesn't move, but you almost seem to just pass through him. I'm assuming you moved your token. There we go. I was going to say, for a second, nothing was updating on my on my above VTT. It's not their fault. It's my internet. I hadn't opened the page in a while, and it was lagging a bit behind. So, you head closer to the bowls, and as you do, this symbol on the door almost seems to be clearer and like it's reaching out to you. And it's almost like it's somehow brighter, even though it's not lit up, but you can make out more of it, and it's clearer to you. You don't know how you're understanding what you're seeing on this door, and you're not getting any form of... It's not like dead inside. But you're understanding this vague idea that these are braziers and they cannot be lit by conventional means. You can't just drop fire into them and light them up. There's no tinder in them, nothing, but you feel that they need to be lit to open the door.
Sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and try to use Sacred Flame on both of them. I know it's not technically flame damage, but it's got flame in the name, damn it.
That's the name, flame game, flame name.
Okay. While I do it, I want to be staring at Shax to see if, because this is a cleric ability, I would just want to see if there's any possible change in Shax when I use it.
You look back to look at him and he's gone.
God damn it.
Gods, man. Literally, goddamn
Can't
it.
live with him, can't live without him.
So, Are you going ahead with the Sacred Flame?
Yeah.
This radiant flame starts to rain down from the ceiling, and it seems to impact like an invisible surface above this bowl and just kind of harmlessly splash over it.
Okay. Is there any sort of like, Yuri kind of thinks back to what he's going through, and he thinks about literally this last fall he was in. Does it look like there's dried blood in the bowls?
Make a perception check or investigation, your choice. I'll be nice.
They're both incredibly low, so perception's a +2, investigation's a -1, so I'm not gonna do an investigation check.
Yuri's a smart guy.
That is a
And he's very wise. 18. There does appear to be flecks of dried blood. Very, very long dried in the bowl.
Yeah, okay. Seeing that, Yuri is going to take a deep breath in, prick his finger, one of each finger, one on his more ram-style horn, the other on his more minotaur horn, enough to get a good-sized drop of blood on each finger, hold him over, and squeeze his finger so a drop falls into each brazier.
Mm-hmm. Sure, they're big enough. I was about to say they're like 15 feet apart, but they're also pretty big, so it's fine. I'll allow it. Yuri's just like the end of Space Jam where Michael Jordan's arms just start stretching.
I was going for the imagery of a crucifix, alright? That's all. It was all about
I'm going for that Jesus on the cross look.
Exactly. It's all about the vibe. All about his
as these drops hit, there is a... as both of them ignite in purple flames, and you kind of snatch your hands back to avoid being burnt as this torrent of fire explodes up, and as it does, you notice a sound. Almost like a grinding sound. As the eyes of both statues start to roll back, and you see a purple glow in each eye. And then you hear...
Awesome.
As both statues animate. And I would like you, please, to roll initiative.
I love you, but I hate you at the same time.
You what?
Got 14.
14. That's Minotaur 1. And Minotaur Statue 2 got that.
Before we get heavy in combat, that fancy level 3 spell that you picked up that we talked about, I'll let you decide when it actually activates.
So,
I don't want you to like, no, he uses it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
so
I know
yeah,
it won't
so
work on these guys, and that's fine.
as you kind of, oh god, not again, bring up the fists ready to fight, you feel a lot more refreshed and invigorated than you thought. Almost like you've had a full long rest, which I had already done on your character sheet for you because I'm super nice. So you do have all of
That
your
just
new
means
stuff.
there's lots in here that will kill me. That means, Mitch. It's okay.
You do have all of your new things except for the big feature that you get after this adventure. But yeah, other than that, pretty much anything you want to use, you can, and I'll leave it up to you as to how much Yuri is aware of it and how surprising it is for him. So up first,
it's mainly that level 3 armor thing that I kind of want you to be the judge of when.
Yeah, you absolutely can use that if you want.
Which I mean, I know it doesn't work with these two against these two. But that's
what? Oh, maybe that's why I put them in here. Oh, weird that. So up first is Yuri. Woohoo!
Yuri's gonna see these guys. He's gonna do the whole like lock and load his arm thing, and he's gonna take a
Why I order?
basically at the top one, the one that's above Yuri. And now I get 2 attacks per action.
That's right. I'm just gonna zoom in here
Right.
for the fans. Get a nice close up.
First one is a natural 1 plus 7 equals 8. That one's
Nice. So you swing and connect, and it is a lot harder than you were expecting. They seemed pretty dilapidated and run down, and you're like, yeah, I can just punch this thing to rubble, and your fist connects with solid stone, and you just
Yuri's gonna kind of shake off real quick.
It's a classic case for Yuri of, had he not been wearing the knuckle duster, he might have broken his fist.
And Yuri's gonna kind of realize he swung faster with that hand, which is prayers, that he has before, and he's gonna think, oh, maybe I can hit him again real quick, and swing his second attack with prayers.
Nice. Get that thirsting blade.
25.
That'll hit.
I could have took random and put a lot of game. Didn't we up the damage of thoughts and prayers to the D8, or is it only a D6?
I don't think... I can't remember, actually. I feel like we had.
That's fine.
But it was a long time ago, and you're the player who remembers these things.
Of course I am. It's testing you. And so it's actually a D20 of damage.
Oh,
just so you
nice.
know.
Awesome.
I have,
okay.
See, look, hold on, I have it on my notes. See, watch.
Yeah.
That's right.
Nice. Because that's really convenient, because I have it on my notes that these statues do D100s for the damage.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh man, I should have used my bonus action first. It's okay. So that second hit does... Oh, max damage. Fuck yeah, 10 points of bludgeoning damage, which I have a feeling they're probably, most likely, resistant to because they're hard. Hard.
Well, I mean, Yuri kind of has this assumption and swings, and it seems to be about as effective as you'd hope. You kind of take a chunk out of its knee. It's a very, very tall statue, and you're currently just chipping away at one of the knees, just speed bagging it. As it just pretty much as the leg is stepping down off this plinth, you just crack it in the knee.
I'm gonna go ahead and, as prayers connect, I'm gonna hit that same knee from the other side as my bonus action with thoughts. I'm just gonna attack that point that I've started to create. Natural fucking 20, baby. That's what we're talking about. Except I know the dice are gonna turn on me. I fucking know it.
Well,
It's okay.
2 things. 1, remember it's the new crit rules, so you maximize 1 set, you roll the second. Second of all, as it's stepping down, you punch this chip out of its knee, and the leg kind of buckles somewhat, and you immediately kind of spin an uppercut, like full-on shoryuken, and the entire statue just explodes into rubble. Because that's a thing that happens to them.
Okay, totally random. Again, unrelated. I think we did change the dice because now that I'm looking at them on my character sheet, prayers does 1d6 and thoughts does 2d6.
It would definitely
know,
have been
maybe that's just-
1d8 as opposed to 2d6.
Yeah. So we'll fix it. We'll fix it in post. All right,
Wait,
so
this is
that's
the live
dead.
stream.
We're doing it live, people. It's okay. Yeah. So Yuri crumples that guy to dust, and he's gonna just turn and look at the other one and be like, not say anything, and just kind of hold up his dukes.
The second one steps down off the plinth, turns to look at you, reaches up and just slowly slides this enormous great axe from its back and is going to take 2 swings. And first one just misses as he swings with the great axe. It's a lot slower than you were expecting. You're like, hey, this is nice and easy, and you just kind of step to the side a bit as the great axe buries into the ground. You're like, he's not so tough. What you weren't expecting is as it wrenches it up out of the ground comes with it and hits you. And just completely catches you by surprise. And you take... That's not too bad. 4 points of slashing damage. As you are smacked by a paving slab on the end of a great axe. And it just spins the axe around and slams the blade into the side of the wall, and the stone that was attached to it crumbles off, and it spins back round to look at you, and it is your turn.
Yuri, as before he can even get around to look at him, Yuri's gonna attack his elbow with prayers. That is a 25 to hit.
Hits.
Oh, that's not. 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
Did we say it was a bonus action or a free action to switch the damage type on awesome prayers? Don't remember.
I feel like it was a free action. It wasn't particularly hard. It's like a pneumatic claw that just extends out.
I think it was a free action to change it, but then it was something else to change it back.
I think so. Yeah, I think it was extending the claws was a free action, and then retracting possibly was a bonus.
Okay, that works.
As the dragon teeth just...
No, I don't do it on prayers. Prayers is going to stay bludgeoning. That's a 12 to hit.
A 12 to hit does not hit. As you swing with the other one, and it just swings up the butt of the great axe and hits you right in the wrist, and you just feel the shock all the way up your arm as it knocks your fist out of off course even.
Yuri will follow up with an uppercut bonus action of thoughts to that same elbow.
Nice. So you kind of
And
use
the
the
dice are
momentum of
turning
it
on me.
knocking you out the way to spin and jump.
That's a 10.
10, so that also misses as you swing for the elbow
The
and
dice-
just connect with solid stone.
I get one natural 20 and the dice are like, okay, you're gonna die now.
Cool. In that case, at the end of your turn, this Minotaur statue is going to take another 2 swings at you. Oh, with double natural 17s.
I'm going to use a reaction to cast Shield.
Okay. So the first one will miss then.
Oh, actually, hold on. Maybe I won't.
What's your armor
Just
class?
do that. Is that 17 total?
No, it was the natural
It is 17
17,
total.
then plus the bonus. So what's your armor class is
I
16.
don't want to waste this.
So it would put you to 21.
Yeah.
I'll be
honestly
nice and let
only
you know
wanna
it would
use it if
still
it
hit
stops.
anyway, yeah. So
Okay, no.
I'll
Okay,
let you
yeah,
retract the
I won't
shield.
worry. Thank you, oh kind, generous DM. I will take
In a
the
sense
damage.
that like Yuri might, I'm kind of picturing it as like Yuri would know this is gonna hit no matter what he tries, Like he's just so
Yeah, I
off
gotcha.
balance from being knocked about by the statue.
Yeah.
So, both attacks hit them. Which means I'm just going to roll both damages and add it together and give you the total to make life easy. You take a grand total of 10 points of slashing damage as it cuts into you twice with this enormous stone great axe, and as it swings at you, you notice from where it smashed the great axe into the side of the wall to get rid of the stone, part of the stone had crumbled away from the actual great axe itself, and you can see the metal edge underneath. That was just kind of like, almost like it's embedded in the stone. And it's your turn.
Yuri is. Yeah, fuck it. Yuri's gonna take that. And he's gonna raise his hands up and clap them forward as I cast Thunderclap at him.
Okay.
That's a Constitution saving throw.
So it's like a Kung Fu Panda style. You take the hit in the chest.
Exactly.
That'll be a fail with a 5. As you thunderclap. And it...
He takes a whopping 5 points of thunder damage.
It's something. As he is thunderstruck. Will I
That's
ever
what I
not
should
make
be.
that joke? Nope. As it kind of staggers back as the shockwave hits it, bits of rubble rain against the door behind it. And it
Yeah, that ends my turn.
Okay. So it kind of staggers onto its back foot and then and swings down with a massive overhead cleave with the great axe again. Oh, that one blasted straight out my dice tray. That's why I couldn't read it. It was sideways. That is a 17 and a 7 to hit.
So 17 total.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I will go ahead and burn the first action. First spell's not catch.
Okay. So as you bring up your arms to cast this spell, the flames from the braziers nearby into the way and just deflect this axe completely, and you're like, whoa! As this enormous statue kind of staggers backwards and is just too off. I'll just say it's too off balance to make the second swing, and that's why it missed. And it is your turn.
Okay. Go ahead and swing with the little.
Just realised one of the terracotta warriors is still actually in play. Let's get rid of him.
That's a 22 to hit with the first strike.
Hits.
That is 9 points of flesh and bone damage.
Nice.
Take the second swing for a 17 to hit.
17 misses. As you
Oh shit.
thunder into the side of its body, and it just basically absorbs the blow. What is happening right now with above VTT? It's my Google Chrome has lagged, so it now thinks I'm still right-clicking when I'm not, and it's dragging around the map, and I'm trying to delete the token. Google Chrome, can you please? Thank you. Excellent. That's more like it. Right. So, as you swing and just thunder into it, it kind of absorbs the blow with its hip as it's swinging back at you with the great axe again. If that ends your turn.
No, I have a bonus action attack.
Okay.
Which is so
Cool.
only one hit, 9 damage.
So it kind of like absorbs the hit into its hip and uses that momentum to just swing at you with the great axe. That one definitely misses. And the second one is a 16 exactly, so that just meets your armor class as it swings the axe towards you.
It doesn't, good sir. It does not.
I thought your armor class was 16, that's what I've got on my sheet.
Listen, good sir. I used shield right before my turn started.
Yeah, and it blocks one attack.
This isn't until the start of your next turn.
Then yeah, this would also be shielded. Damn, have I just been shielding wrong the entire time? Like my entire life? I've played a lot of wizards. Damn.
I mean, I could see...
my life is a lie!
I could see you, like, truthfully, if you had rolled well, you used it before your next turn, your turn happened. I can understand the ruling if you're like, no, it would fade. But my understanding is, even though I used it, you know, I still have one full turn of it. But I believe that alternate.
Yeah, it says until the start of your next turn. So it's until the start of your next turn. And it is now the start of your next turn as the flames back into the braziers. I can't believe I've been so wrong on shield my entire life. I say my entire life. I've been playing like 5 years.
And you're only like 24 mentions, okay.
23 actually.
That is a 15 with the first hit.
Misses.
A 21 with the second hit.
Hits.
Total 6 bludgeoning. As Yuri does just a quick like jab, basically, is all he does. Just a 1-2 jab, and he's gonna follow up with the hook from his thoughts.
Nice.
Nope, no, he's not. That's a fucking 14.
So we'll say the two that missed were the first two, basically. So you kind of do the 1-2, and both of them just connect with solid stone. You just. And you feel this anger burning up inside you, and you swing with the anger, and it connects, and you see cracks starting to run through the statue as the fist connects. It is, however, the statue's turn. Wow, both miss. As these cracks start to appear, it almost seems to slow it down somewhat to the point where as it you step to the side again as the axe just cracks straight into the floor right next to you, and it and you duck and roll, and it slams into the ground right where you were standing before.
Could I use a bonus action to quickly look at the statue and see if there's somewhere the cracks like gather or they're starting to get centrally located, if that makes sense?
Make an investigation check. It'll be harder than if you were taking an action to do it, but I'll allow it.
About 11.
11. It's pretty hard to tell. The cracks are like slowly forming, but it's not like it's originating from where you punched, because as you're taking in the whole statue, you can see them also starting to come down from the head and in from the shoulder across the pec. It's really weird.
Okay, well, Yuri's gonna say, well, if I can't find the break point, I'll just aim for Stumper Mass, and I'm going to take my 2 action attacks right at his gut, his breadbasket, if you will. First one is an 18.
Just hits.
Woohoo! I was like, if 17 misses, it's got to be 18 or 19. I'm going to go ahead and roll the second attack first. For a 21.
Hits. So as you go to swing at it, it brings up the axe's handle to block you, and you just satyr jump onto the handle and kind of push off this horizontal beam almost, and just rock it 2 fists at its chest.
Altogether, 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Would you like to describe your kill?
As Yuri pushes off, basically, this horizontal beam, it's just going to kind of be 1 punch instead of 2, and just like straight Superman punch right into what would be his chest cavity.
Nice. As it explodes in a shower of rubble, and you land in the center of this pile, you feel something a lot softer than you were expecting underfoot as you kind of land in the center of this pile of rubble of the statue. It doesn't feel like you've landed back on the stone ground of the cave.
Okay. Yuri will look and see what he's stepping in.
You look, and as you look over at this one, and also now you realize the pile of rubble that was the second one, you can see 2 Minotaur that look like they were, from the looks of this one, inside the statues. But their fur is stark white, the horns are longer and more pronounced, and they seem to have this barbed, spiked end to their tail, as opposed to the standard Minotaur fur.
Yuri's gonna take this in for a second. And can Yuri recall any stories he's heard of Thorgal from being a kid or whatever, and seeing if anything describing what these 2 look like comes to mind?
Sure, make a history check, and as you do, and as you're dusting yourself off, you hear as the door starts to slide into the cave and reveal a staircase beyond.
Perfect, I got a 9.
9. You don't recall anything matching this sort of description. Just reveal that area. There we go, my amazing Dungeon Draft lighting is now showing. Oh, God, I love it.
I'm sure they probably smell horrible for being encased in stone, but Yuri wants to smell them to see if they even smell like minotaurs at all. Because I like to think minotaurs have a very distinct smell.
They do, and it's weird, they don't smell like dead bodies or rot or anything, but they do smell of this faint mixture of minotaur, but also brimstone. As I find the 20, so I can put all my dice back with the 20 facing upwards, because that is how they have to be left. There we go. It's manifesting more 20s.
No, you don't do that. Don't do that. They don't need more 20s. I need more 20s. Yuri's gonna go hop and skip me into the stairs. Clippity clappity.
Okay. You clippity-cloppity down the stairs. I'm just finding the 10s on my 10s so I can put them with the 10 facing up.
Oh.
I like saying 10. There we go.
British.
Yes. Excellent. This room, as you enter, seems to be pretty empty, with the exception of the torch sconce on the wall that is lit. Normal flame doesn't look like what you'd seen in the braziers outside, and as you reach the bottom of the staircase you hear as the door shuts behind you.
Well, there's no going back now, Yuri. You're in it for sure. And I will move what I'm assuming I can see this door over here.
Yes, you can, as this place is a lot better lit than the other. Cool, so you head over to door. What would you like to do as you reach the door? The door!
I would like to as Yuri begins to reach out to try and open the door, Ethan's voice is gonna kind of come to him and be like, "Yuri, stupid, go slow." And I want to check and see if there's any traps around the door.
Sure, make an investigation check.
Do you like how Ethan made a guest appearance in this episode? Mitch?
I like that. I like it. Hey, Yuri.
Invest. Ethan Thor. It's an investigation.
Yes.
Well, no, Yuri doesn't see shit. That's a 0.
That is one thing I do miss from older editions and Pathfinder was the find traps skill.
Yeah. So Yuri kind of shakes off the inner voice of Ethan, and Yuri's just gonna try and open the door.
Okay. It opens.
Okay, I will move to right there.
That's cool. Give me a second while my Google Chrome stops lagging.
I'm sure
and
there's
I
gonna
drag
be a
the
big
map for the viewers.
Oh, I'm sure you're gonna put a nice big monster under the fog of war. It's okay. I know what you're really doing, Mitch. I know what you're really doing.
I'm moving the map for the viewers, man. I want them to be able to experience the dungeon draft map that I spent like 3 hours making.
Also, you should check out Dungeon Draft all while watching. It's amazing software.
It is awesome software. Awesome. Speaking of awesome software, what you're looking at right now that I mentioned very briefly and randomly is above VTT. But check it out. It's not even software. It's just a Google Chrome extension. And you just throw it into your browser. It's completely free. And it hooks into your D&D Beyond. So, it's awesome. Go check it out. It's a real lifesaver for my Curse of Strahd campaign, where I can just pull the maps straight out of the book. But yes, you enter this room as I take a drink of water, because all of the Shaxar and all of the doors has ruined my throat.
Oh.
Exactly. You see what appears to be some sort of preparation room, almost. There's what seems to be a table with almost embalming tools, sacrificial artifacts. There's a brazier again in this room. Let me just double check which room you're actually in. Yes, because I have another version of the map that has a lot of things labelled and numbered that I didn't want to put on the stream, because then people would see little notes I've made to myself.
Kill Jordan in this room.
And you can see as the corridor kind of continues beyond where the brazier is. So I will actually remove some of that fog for you. Because I'm so kind.
Oh, thank you. Yuri...
So you'd kind of see exits to your left, straight ahead, and about halfway down the wall there appears to be something set in to the right.
Okay. Yuri is going to... first he's gonna go over to... No, not there. Over to here first. And look at the table that has what I'm assuming is some sort of ritual/embalming tools.
Just don't zoom in too close to the table, because unfortunately the one thing Dungeon Draft doesn't have is embalming tools. So that is actually a rake, a pitchfork, and a shovel.
Hey, from this distance it looks like embalming tools.
Right? I thought I was super clever doing that.
No, it looks really good. No, seriously, this map is amazing. Yeah, so Yuri just kind of want to look at that table. Is it just basically the tools on the table?
Tools! Yeah, there are a few very, very time-worn books from the looks of it in this almost like U-shaped book holder that it doesn't really have any dividers. It's just kind of like piece of wood on either side, and then like a base, and the books are just spine up in this
Yuri
cubby
will look
effectively
at the books. Is there any... What are the titles of these books, man? Just kidding, I don't expect you to come up with the titles.
Well,
if you have the titles...
there is a red book that it is literally just says preparing dead bodies. The next one is rituals and incantations, and the final one says the embalming process.
Why do I think Mary would like all three?
1001 teeth and where to find them.
Yeah.
The perfect
I'm
book
gonna
for
take-
Mary.
Carefully, I'm going to take all three of those books and... Do I have my bag? I'm assuming
Yeah.
I do, right?
You have everything
Okay.
with you except Fleeg.
Okay.
And your friends.
Little did you know I have a bag of holding. No, just kidding. I wish. Yeah, I will carefully take those three books. Is there any sort of cloth or anything on this table or the other table?
There's like
Wraps,
linen
kind of-
wraps, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I will carefully wrap them all.
We're getting
together
Skyrim in
that
here.
linen wrap.
Ruined
Yeah,
books and
right.
linen wraps. The cornerstone of every dungeon.
And I will put them in my bag. What is the little thing next to this brazier? Is it a base or is it just a decoration?
Oh, it's just like a pot with some very worn blank scrolls. Either ready for wrapping or writing on.
Okay. I feel like Yuri's gonna channel this small elven boy he met as a child, and I'm just gonna break the pot.
Ha! Nothing
And
happens.
that's all. That's all I'm gonna do.
Yuri immediately dies.
Yuri is going to step down one. He's gonna. How far can he see down that middle hallway?
It's fairly well lit, so you could possibly just about see into it. You'd be able to make out vague shapes, probably, on the floor.
Okay.
And then, from what you can... Wait, are you looking next to the brazier, or to the exit on your right? Because that's a door.
I'm looking.
The exit
for
on your
one
right is a
that's-
door. The one on the left was also a door,
Yeah.
and the one straight ahead is open.
Yeah, I'm looking straight ahead to
Cool.
the hallway.
That's what I was assuming,
middle of
and
the-
then I just realised I hadn't actually uncovered the part of the square that contained the door on the right-hand exit.
Oh no, I saw that was the door the whole time. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
So Yuri can see some shades in the hallway. Okay. Yuri
Yeah,
is
it seems to
gonna go
open
ahead
out
and-
into another room as opposed to continuing on as a de facto hallway.
Okay. What does Yuri see if he goes here?
Well,
Yuri's being very careful.
Yuri sees a beholder drop from the ceiling.
No! Bring it on. I will tie his tentacles into nothing. Use him like a punch me. Oh god! Death!
Yeah.
So much death!
You head into this small room. There's broken pots, broken vases, scattered bones. There's this skeleton kind of slumped against the back wall under the torch. Cobwebs. It's pretty gruesome, but they don't seem like... Outside of the damage to the pots, they don't seem like they've actually died in some sort of altercation or fight. And then you see a door at the end of the room.
Alright,
I can't say the room anymore without immediately picturing Tommy Wiseau.
I did not hit her. I did not. Yuri's gonna quickly go back to where the broken pot was that he broke. Pick up a couple pieces. Come back to where his token is. And seeing the cobwebs, he's like, "Oh no, I'm not falling for that again." And he's gonna do his best to like throw. He's got like 3 or 4. He's gonna do his best to throw a piece of the pot at each clump of cobwebs, just to make sure. That
Nice, I like your
nothing
thinking.
spires.
It... Each piece of pot hits and is just suspended in the air by the cobwebs. One of them does just kind of break through. They are definitely not as strong a cobweb as the last webs that you encountered from the giant spider. And there is no spider tree in this room to terrify the shit out of you.
Are all these... Are they basically... They're just skeletons in this room. There's like no flesh on them left at all, right?
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay. Fuck. This is when, like, player-wise, I'm like, oh, those could probably easily be animated skeletons that will get up and fight me, or something.
But that's too easy.
I know it is. And then so I'm like, no, it's not that. But then it's like, no, that definitely is it. So, alright, Yuri will slowly make it... Actually, you know what? Cantrips are a thing for a reason.
He's going to trip himself up.
I'm going to use... Just take a little bit and use Sacred Flame on all the skeletons. Just to make sure they're dead.
Okay. It's a dexterity save on Sacred Flame, is it not?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they would fail unless they are alive! I knew it. You're rolling dice. I knew it. You can't trick me. You can't trick me.
I said it was too easy. Doesn't mean I didn't use it.
Oh, you mean I gave you the idea? Of course I did. Just kidding.
What's your DC?
For Sacred Flame, it's a 14, I believe.
14.
Yeah, 14. 13, sorry.
13. 2 pass, 2 fail.
Shit. Okay.
It's okay, don't look at the tabletop. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Just don't look at it.
Come on, throw in a couple more. Why not?
What? So what's the damage?
Sacred Flame. The target must succeed. Okay. So if they succeed, they don't take any damage.
I'm just going to use the d20s I just rolled for their saving throw as their initiative rolls, because that is efficient.
Good roll. The 2 that failed take 14 points of radiant damage.
14 points of radiant damage.
Yep, 2d8, baby!
Chrome is lagging again. I'm going to open them up in my other app. Jesus, the 2 that failed are just instantly obliterated.
And my initiative is a whopping 7.
I'll just delete the 2 closest to you. Why not?
Aw, thanks. You kind, generous soul. Could Yuri? I don't know. Maybe like. No, because that would have been technically a bonus round with doing the Sacred Flame. Because I didn't. Yeah, no, we're gonna ignore that.
Cool. So the other 2 take no damage. And initiative is rolled. They got S1.
They got higher than me if they.
S2. Oh, I should have had 7 of them and they could have been S Club 7.
I love it. Out into dancing.
So you watch as these bones slide across the floor, stick together, and the skeletons stand up, and you see just this weird, twisted facsimile of a human being, or a human skeleton, I suppose. There are hints of features that are both demonic and minotaur, but these skeletons are definitely human. Just one of them has like this distorted snout almost, the other one has horns. It's real gross and messed up. And they're just going to shoot you as they pull out a Tommy gun. Yeah, they both pull out short bows, and I'm just gonna roll the attacks for both of them at the same time.
I was like, oh sweet, they're skeleton, they're undead. I can use my cleric fucking class action, turn undead. Only that's a level 2 feature, and I'm only 1 level in cleric.
Nice. Both of them hit you with their short bows, as this pair of arrows just like one in each shoulder. They're going straight for disabling Yuri's ability to use any form of weapon. Go straight for the arms and you can't hit back. The first one did 4 points of piercing damage, the second one did 5, so 9 altogether.
So 9. Okay.
And that will end their turns.
As Yuri takes both of those arrows, he's a little upset right now. That's not very nice. And he's going to run up. And he's going to attack the first one. A dirty 20.
Hits.
And I should mention, the knuckles are still in bludgeoning mode.
Cool.
I didn't do the claws. That is a 9 damage.
9 damage. The first one completely explodes. As the punch, similar to the Minotaur skeleton, seems to connect a lot harder than you were expecting, and you just completely crush its skull with the first punch.
Yuri's going to swing at the second one. 26 to hit.
Well, this one is actually skeleton god.
Hey Mitch.
And has a
Hey, Mitch.
40 AC.
26 hit. Does 26 hit, Mitch? How's that
Yes.
feel? How's that feel,
Yes,
Mitch?
it does.
26 hit?
Yes. Yes, it does, Jordan. Don't worry. I'll get you back
Oh
later.
god, that's just shitty roll on damage. 5 points of bludgeoning.
Nice. It still hits a lot harder than you'd expected, but unfortunately this one doesn't quite obliterate the skeleton like the first one did.
Yuri's gonna follow up with frost. Oh, that's a natural 1.
Nice. Somehow you just straight through the ribcage, expecting to hit ribs, and then you realise it was missing 3 of its ribs, and you've just gone straight through and go, damn it! You were just too caught up in the moment as it drops its short bow and draws this horribly pitted, rusted, dented sword. But you can still make out that this is not any sort of steel that you've encountered before. And as it swings, the sword almost seems to glow red as it swings towards you and leaves like a burning arc in the air. And it hits you. Oh no, it does. Yeah, it just hits with a 16. And you take.
That's a glancing blow, so that's half damage. Per rules of 3.5.
Yeah, I don't use glancing blows, fortunately.
I know you didn't.
As a result of which, you take 5 points of slashing damage and 2 points of fire damage.
So 7 points.
Yeah.
God, Yuri needs to just not get hit so much. He's not good with it. Yuri has a little.
It's a shame nothing here has any blood. How
Yeah.
coincidental.
Yeah, how fucking convenient. It's okay. Yuri is just starting to really get upset right now.
He just starts crying.
No, I'm a tough satyr. I'm a tough bully boy. I'm a tough satyr. I'm a tough bully boy.
Stop hitting me!
I kind of want to use that, but I think I don't. Yeah, no, fuck it. I'm gonna use that. Yuri is getting incredibly upset, and he feels this rage and this anger, kind of like, why am I getting hit so much? Like, the whole point is to be strong, and he wipes the blood from his lip. That's probably more confident. And as he does, he just lets out this scream or whatever.
Okay. That was, as you said, as he lets out, it was perfectly in time with that classic volatile reaction. It was so good. Yeah, you don't know where this sound comes from. And it burns your tongue, it blisters your mouth as you just screech, almost, at this skeleton. Remind me the specifics. I need to make a saving throw, do I not?
Yeah, so as an action, you can speak aloud a word or short phrase in void speech. Shout out to Coldball Press for void magic. One creature of your choice within 10 feet that can hear you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against this magic.
That's the one. That's a fail.
That is a... Well, hold on, let me tell you. So it's 10 plus, so he has to be the 13.
5.
5, okay. Or be frightened of me for 1 minute. A frightened creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of its turn, ending the effect on itself on a success. Yeah, that's it. So he's scared of me right now.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't take any damage, just is scared.
I'd say you possibly, maybe not necessarily notice, but you catch a glimpse of something weird in this fear. It's not like, I'm scared of this thing. There's something more to the fear that you can see somehow in its eyes. Just these burning purple eyes. You see something behind it that's almost like a different level of fear. God, I love volatile reaction.
And that's... Oh, man, I might as well, because I'm low HP. Yeah, no, because I'll take it. Yeah. As a bonus action, I'm going to do Healing Word at 2nd level. Or 3rd level, sorry.
Nice.
I will get... Good roll. Okay, roll 9 points to heal. And that ends my turn.
Awesome. And as you do so, this skeleton, you see that weird fear somehow being translated to you in its eyes, and it kind of steps back from you in absolute terror, takes the blade in both hands, just turns it, and impales itself. The eyes go dark and it just collapses.
Oh, snap. Cool. Yuri is gonna look over at it, and in kind of a moment of uncharacteristic for Yuri, he's gonna look at that. Let the coward's way out. And I want to grab the sword he didn't have.
It is, like, pretty much unusable from the looks of it. It is so broken, so twisted, so rusted. And as you pick it up, you hear from behind you, "How did you enjoy your first taste?"
I got in the chapstick, my lips hurt.
An unfortunate side effect.
What was that?
Does he return to look? Or has he been speaking to Shaxx over his shoulder? Okay.
No, I turned to look at Shaxx.
He's like floating halfway up the wall, almost. Just arms crossed. But it's still that same...
I'm a floating elf boy.
It's that same kind of style of as if he was standing on the floor leaning with his back against the wall. just up in the air. And he just... Void speech. An old tool of Thorgal. Looks like his power's beginning to show. And just slowly fades into the wall.
Okay. Yuri under his breath will mutter some random curse in Minotaur. At Shax for never sticking around. Just leave me
It's
like my father.
The fifth time you've spoken to anyone related to Shaxar and they've just merged with a wall.
Yeah. So go back about the sword. It's obviously broken, rusted, and all that stuff. Just seeing that it, like, the kind of weird shit it did, Yuri just kind of wants to do a... See if he can sense any remaining magic in it.
Make an Arcana check.
Kind of... hey, I'm proficient in that, so that's a +2. Oh, that's not a bad roll. 15.
15. You definitely get the sense that this sword isn't magical. And what was happening is possibly something to do with the material itself that it's made out of, as opposed to actual magic.
Okay. How... Does it look like it's incredibly brittle? Or does it seem like it's still pretty tough?
It seems pretty tough, but also like you just wouldn't really want to try using it, you know?
Yeah.
It looks like it's seen a lot of fighting.
Okay.
And not enough care.
Yuri is going to kind of look at it. About how long would you say it's about, like a short sword?
It's a short sword, yeah.
Okay. Yuri's gonna kind of look at it, open his bag a little bit. Oh, well, shit, that's not gonna fit. And as hard as he can, he's gonna strike the sword, trying purposely to break it in half, into the ground.
Give me a strength check.
That's a +2, so let's see. That's a 10.
It bends ever so slightly, but unfortunately does not break. It's, as I say, and as you've now definitely noticed, it's messed up, but definitely anything but brittle.
Okay. Yuri will put it on his, like... Actually, he would do that. So he'll take off his coat real quick, and with... Do I have a dagger? I think I have a dagger. I don't think I do. Can't imagine having I do have a dagger. Sweet. Yuri will quickly, as he can, cut kind of 2 holes in the back of his jacket. Kind of make like a...
Nice.
Like basically a sheath that the
I'll allow it.
On his back. Well, I would hope so. I'm not doing anything special. Just kidding. I want to take it with me, but I feel like it realistically would not fit in my bag.
The first
So, yeah,
D&D
I will
player
do
to
that.
not try and cram everything into their rucksack.
Well, now if I had a bag of holding bread, like, yeah, fuck it, throw it in there.
Yeah.
Throw this whole temple in here. Yeah, so I will do that, and then I'll put my jacket back on, and dust myself off. I want to do just a real quick rummaging through all the bones and the broken pieces of face and stuff in here, see if I find anything.
Sure, make an investigation check.
Okay. Trying not to dilly-dally too much, but... Well, that's not bad. 14.
14. You don't really find much outside of various kind of like scraps of fabric that were possibly the clothes that belonged to these skeletons. One of them is kind of intact enough that you can see this bone-white Minotaur skull emblem, almost. You also find... You are?
Oh, is the bone white Minotaur skull like on fabric, or is it like on a piece of armor?
fabric.
Okay, Yuri, as you're explaining the other thing I find, Yuri will cut around the white skull logo with his dagger and roll it up and put it in his sack.
Okay. I would say actually, because Yuri would probably notice, it does bear some form of resemblance to the skull which makes up part of the Horned Legion emblem, but that's less a Minotaur skull and more like an actual Minotaur face. But there is a resemblance there. You do also find just on other various scraps of fabric different holy symbols from the looks of it. You see this open fanged mouth with 2 eyes peering out from it. You see this blackened crown with 3 red gems and jagged spikes on the crown. You see one of them appears to just be like this blackened, decayed feather. And the 4th one would be from the looks of it, like a potion phial with a snake wrapped around it.
And these are all on the same piece of fabric, or
Different ones.
pieces? Okay, let's see. I don't... Yuri doesn't see Ambriel's logo, right? I'm assuming he knows
No.
at least what Ambriel's is.
You definitely don't see any that you've come across from your friends.
Okay.
I'll give you that one for free.
Yeah, Yuri will go ahead and quickly take the time to cut out all the holy symbols and gather them up for science purposes.
Of course.
I'll get the list from you after this.
Just in case he encounters the mummy from the film, The Mummy. And he can do that thing where that one guy tries every single holy symbol on his person.
Yes.
It works. Maybe.
Alright. Yuri is going to go up to this door. Am I
The
able
door!
To, are there, is it a solid door? Is there like bars in it?
It is a solid door. Unfortunately, it's not a sealed door, so I can't make my usual a sealed door joke.
Ha 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 ha. Yuri will carefully and quietly as he can crack open the door and kind of peek inside the room and get before it decides to go in.
You open the door. This one opens a lot more silently than the last one did. And I'd say because of the torches, you could probably see... Obviously not perfectly round corners, but you'd be able to see light bouncing around somewhat.
Okay. Yuri's gonna go ahead and go through the door and go up to...
Excellent.
Peek around.
Can you make me a dexterity saving throw?
God damn it. Is this against a magic spell, perchance?
Nope.
Damn it. That's okay. Oh, motherfucker, that's a 3. Natural 1, technically. Don't open the book. Don't open the book. Don't.
You know you're screwed when he pulls out the Dungeon Master's Guide. I really should have noted the page for this.
Yeah.
I really should have. There's so much in the DMG.
Because it just means Yuri's gonna die.
Ah, adventure environments. Page 120 for anyone who's interested. And for anyone who knows the DMG well enough to know exactly where I'm... I mean, I'm sure you can guess right now where I'm turning to. I do enjoy the sound of pages turning. Cool. What did you roll?
It's better than a bunch of dice falling. Shit. 3.
3.
I mean, a natural 20. Totally natural 20.
So...
It was technically a natural 1.
As you clippity-cloppity down the floor swings open beneath you, and you fall about 10 feet and take 4 points of piercing damage and 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall onto the spike trap below.
God damn it. Okay. Oh. And like as Yuri gets impaled for a minute, Ethan's voice kind of comes back into his head and see, told you to go slow.
Come on, Yuri, you're supposed to dodge the traps.
That's exactly what it would have been in his head too.
Seeing as the last time anything like this happened, you said, see, Ethan, you're supposed to dodge the swords.
Right.
So your mirthful leap, if that's what you're looking at, lets you add a d8 to your high jump.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I want to first of all pull myself free.
Oh yeah, you're mildly impaled.
Yeah. Just the flesh. And I will kind of try and get into a space where I have some room to like bend down. And I'm gonna try and.
Yeah, it's definitely a very dangerous place to be bending over right now. Trying to like squat down without impaling your ass on a spike.
Yeah, so here we're at a high jump.
Okay.
Is it just the D? Like I'm assuming I need to roll something else too.
The easiest way to find it is in the DM's screen, because it's right there as a super easy glance. High jump. You move 10 plus feet and jump a number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier. If you make a standing high jump, you can jump half that distance. So it's basically... it's 3 plus your strength modifier. 3 plus strength. So you're basically moving 3 plus your strength, halved, plus a d8.
Okay, so that's 2. Could we round down or round up for half?
Round down.
So it'd be 5 without reason 2. Okay, I gotta get. Man, I gotta get like an 8. Well, I mean, technically Yuri's like 5'2", so he has to at least get 5 feet.
What was the total?
I haven't rolled yet.
Oh.
So it's not without the d8. It's 2 feet that I can jump no problem, which is weird.
You have just been impaled, so it traps.
I literally got an 8. I got 10
Nice.
feet total.
So you straight out. Still got
Like
it.
a little Mario sound. Shakes his butt a little bit. Yuri disappeared for a sec. You're good.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Yuri will real quick go down this hallway into where he perceives a corner is. I just disappeared into the front floor.
Nice. Let me reveal the fog and just double check this hallway, because
Yeah,
I have
probably
notes
with
about
skeleton.
every inch of this place.
Sure you. Would Yuri be able to see down the entire length of the hallway?
Possibly. I was just revealing a small section of it just real quick while I... Oh, yeah, it's this corridor. Cool.
Oh god.
It's the Beholder corridor. The one where there's a Beholder every 5 feet.
Yuri, powered by monster energy. I don't see anything, but I'm really not going to go down that way.
It's just a real long corridor. Everyone is getting a very nice view down this corridor and where it actually leads to, as I just get rid of all of the fog. Because I might as well.
Yuri's gonna kind of like build a map in his head and realize that the corridors are goes back to where he already was. Make a note of like, oh, I could have gone that way and not fought the skeletons.
You could have.
He's gonna come back over. Just come back over here. Is the trap in the square that's right here?
Yes. It was literally that middle square between the door and the corner.
Yuri is gonna back up all the way.
So, in fact, I do believe I can do this. And just... boop. It's that square. How convenient is this virtual tabletop powered by above VTT? It's so good. I sound sarcastic, but I do love it.
Well, you're British. You always sound sarcastic.
It's true.
Yuri is going to back up against the wall again, get a running start, and just after about 5 feet, I think, is all I need for some running long jump to get going, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, after 5 feet, I'm just gonna leap forward down this hall as far as I can.
What, towards the torch?
You see? Yeah, towards the torch.
Oh, sorry, a long jump is still 10 plus feet. Or you can do a standing long jump and move half the distance.
Let's see, so if I back up against that wall. See, this is the thing that always questions me about D&D.
It's a 5 foot square, so if you backed up against the wall, I'd count that as 5 feet of running.
You. That's perfect. Yeah, so Yuri's gonna do that, and when he gets to the beginning of, or when he gets to the end of that square, 10 feet, and he's just gonna try and jump all the way into the corner.
Cool.
Using Mithril Leap again. I'm probably gonna like impale myself on the wall, just like.
As you mouthful leap directly into the beholder's mouth. Yeah, so this one is literally just your strength score plus the d8.
Okay, so... Oh, so no 3 feet?
No, not for the long jump.
Okay, so 2 plus whatever I roll. Okay, that's perfect. That gets me where I want. Oh, no, it fucking... yeah, it does. Sweet. Actually, it doesn't do nearly as good as I wanted, but that's okay.
So your long jump 6 feet.
So 2 right there. And it's a trap.
About 3/4 of a gun arc. Yeah, you jump over, you land.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do a Mithril Leap to this corner.
At this point,
motherfucker.
You reach the corner.
Okay. So standing long jump again with a d8. So
is Yuri just gonna long jump his way through the entire place?
Just hey, Yuri's learning. All right. Okay, sweet. I make it to the corner with.
Yuri's training to join the Aeroth Olympics for long jump.
Yes. All right. What do I see down this hallway?
What do your satyr eyes see? Well, God, Google Chrome really doesn't like it when I'm streaming, like at all.
I think it's probably your parents swindled the internet.
That too. The internet we have isn't phenomenal. There we go. Fog of War
This is gonna
Square.
sound totally weird. Do you guys get Google internet out there? Could you get Google internet?
Don't think so.
Okay.
That revealed a bit too much of that doorway, but it's fine, there's a closed door. A sealed door, you might say. A sealed door!
You're just gonna go ahead and...
I don't know why I love that joke so much, because it's just awful, but I do. Shouting a sealed door like I'm in Lord of the Rings, and shouting at Isildur.
Yuri is going to go ahead and...
Okay, the door opens and leads to the beholder layer.
You know, you keep saying beholder, I'm thinking you're just joking, but now I know for a fact that it's not gonna be a joke. Not necessarily
Yeah.
this session, but still.
You see a corridor which ends in another door. And this corridor is a lot darker than the others. The torchlight doesn't even seem to reach it, because you can kind of feel from how heavy this door is, the minute you let go it will just swing shut. Not slam, but slowly close itself.
Okay. Yuri is going to take a dagger and shove it to maybe try and block the door from closing behind him.
Okay.
If you want, I can totally roll for it if you want me to.
That's cool. You'll see what happens.
Yeah, I know. I'm not looking forward to it. This is when I wished I had like the 10-foot pole from older editions to like check for pressure.
We still have those.
I know. I just Yuri doesn't have one. And I don't think Yuri would be. Because that one trap fucked him up. Yeah, no, Yuri will learn from that to be cautious. So first thing Yuri's gonna do is look in the immediate opening of the doorway and the immediate area in the hallway to see if he sees any sort of tripwire. Check for traps, essentially.
Make a perception check. I was just getting rid of that bit of fog because it's just solid wall, so there was no real need for it.
Oh, really good roll. 21.
Doesn't appear to be trapped.
I hate that I can't fully ever trust that sentence, even with a good.
That's the point of the sentence. It doesn't appear to be trapped.
Yuri's gonna go ahead and move 5 feet in. Check.
Nice, it's all good. You mind the whole corridor just explodes.
I will move 5 feet. I will check every 5 feet if I have to. Yuri is a cautious satyr sometimes.
Sometimes.
Do you want me to roll for the next 5 feet?
No, it's fine. We use the same one. It doesn't. The corridor, as far as you can tell, does not seem to be trapped in any way.
And I will move all the way up to this other door.
Mm-hmm.
And I do definitely want to check the door, hopefully using the same roll if possible.
That'll be a different roll.
Fair enough. Perception needed.
Yeah.
Not bad. 14.
14. You don't notice any traps, but you do notice a keyhole.
Does it have like a door handle on the door?
Just a keyhole.
I want to. Oh, just a key. Okay. So totally disregarding that I jumped up this hallway.
You just flew off my screen. That was beautiful.
Goodbye!
Okay.
And then Yuri's going to come down here. Oh, too far.
He dug too deep
There.
and awakened something in the depths.
Do I see what? Okay, I'll go to the edge here. That makes it disappear.
Well, as you head towards that door, you push, and the Dark Souls message does not open from this side. Pops up on screen.
Okay. Shit, I can't see Yuri though, so. Oh no!
1 sec.
I literally can't.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Because you can't see through the door. I was just
there.
trying to be very careful. It is, again, it's a solid door, and you can kind of like, as you're like feeling around looking at it, you can feel it's like barred from the other side. I imagine Yuri would give it like a slight push to see if there's some give.
Yeah. And I won't go full on dude and just try to break it down like the wall.
Oh yeah!
God damn it. I let go of my logo too, my token too soon. So you're gonna have to do it for me.
That's all good. I assume. Yeah. Let me go back to the select tool because I was about to drop some fog of war. Like here.
All the way down the hallway.
All the way.
Yeah. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Let me double check. Oh. Yes. It is another dexterity saving throw as you get about halfway down the corridor.
Is it a spell or magical effect?
It is not. So it's about here.
That's not bad. 12.
12. I like how the last trap in the trap section is Sphere of Annihilation. The best one. You touch it, you die. You rolled a 12. So you're kind of creeping your way along the floor. And you're getting pretty confident, and as you start moving you hear a click and you feel the stone underneath your foot shift down slightly, and you're like, oh my god, this is going to open up into another pit. And you jump back just in time as wooden spikes spring out from the wall and slam into the other side of the wall. And then retract.
Oh, that was way too close. I should really go slow.
We nearly had a Yuri kebab.
Yuri was gonna say to himself, calm down. Shaq, say to your friends will be alright right now. So Yuri will step gingerly over the pressure plate.
Directly onto the next pressure plate.
Hey,
I have done that before though. I have done it before where I put a pressure plate directly after the first pressure plate, and they were like, okay, well I step over the pressure plate, and I'm like, awesome. You step on the next one, and they're like, shit! It's great fun. Let's just give you all of this for vision. Because I'm just so nice. He says, having hit Yuri with multiple traps. Does Yuri hear anything? Outside of the torches flickering in their sconces, not really. Unlike the last one where you could just hear Dreadhorn chants.
Yuri would like to back himself from the corner that he's in and take a short rest if possible. Just
Sure.
keeping his eyes on the two hallways, obviously, to where if something comes up, short rest.
I imagine he kind of like backs up into the corner, slumps down, and just fully keep it.
Yeah, very much so. In fact, he even has his like, harness would be perfect for Fleek. And I'm going to go ahead and
So you take a short rest. It's good. This is the dungeon that doesn't have the patrolling monsters. Had you done that last time, the Minotaur skeleton would have come and found you.
I'm gonna burn one cleric hit dice. Oh man.
Whoops. I just moved the map. Now Yuri's vanished into the ether. He's back.
I'm gonna burn 3 hit dice.
Nice.
My cleric hit 2 of my weapons. basic.
Bad.
Question does
Answer.
avoided speech.
It's per
avoided
short
speech
rest.
says if I use it, it is for short rest. Okay, because it just
I'm
says long rest
99%
on.
sure because I did double check it before the session,
Okay.
and I'm pretty
Well,
sure
that's what
it's
I'm
you
asking
start
whether
taking the
that's-
damage if you use it an extra time before taking a short rest.
Yeah.
From what I
So
remember.
it does say that. I just want to be sure because the reset thing on D&D Beyond is long rest. I just want you to know. Mechanic, like.
That's probably my bad.
Okay. I just.
So just untick it because if my description says short rest, then it should reset on a short rest. So
It says
untick
if you
it, you'll get the
used
use
it
back.
again before. Yeah, it says if you use it again before completing a short or long rest, you take damage.
Yeah, so I assume if I remember correctly,
Before finishing a rest.
if I remember correctly, I think it's a short rest or either. So
Yeah,
for the purposes of
seems
this,
like
we'll go
either.
for a short rest, and then I will double check it afterwards.
Okay.
Such a creaky chair.
Yuri will carefully, now that he feels rejuvenated again and a little bit better now, he will carefully but not slowly make his way down this hall, downtown, checking for traps as he goes. Before he moves, I'll go ahead and do one check, and then you just tell me when I need to reroll another one.
So it'd be a perception check or investigation, your choice. The book technically says perception, but I feel like investigation also works if you're looking for traps.
Yeah. Okay, and that's not bad. First one is a 14.
Cool, 14 perception. So where are you moving to?
Right now, I would basically, I would like to get all the way to the next corner that's lit up.
Yeah, okay. So,
And if I see something with that 14, I'll stop and, you know.
I'll say it actually comes as you reach the corner.
Okay.
You notice, not at the corner itself, but just round the corner. So here, if I just double click to center it on that view, there should be the little blue blip.
Yep, I saw it.
You notice very small holes in the floor, and that first... It is a square because these are basically paving slabs. That first square around the corner seems very similar to the one that you'd stepped on before that pressed slightly into the ground.
Yuri will go into the corner and best he can with his foot outreached, the tippy toe of his hoof, tippy tip, press down as hard as he can on it and then retract his foot back as fast as he can.
I'll say make a dexterity saving throw just to see like how fast he can retract the foot. And it also gives me time to do the fog of war for the corridor if Google Chrome stops lagging.
15.
15. Cool, that'll be enough. So Yuri steps on what is effectively this pressure plate, and as he pulls his foot back, you hear like a mechanical / stone grinding almost, and you hear eight clicks, and then from the square immediately in front of you, and then following the next 3 squares afterwards, one after the other, spikes come up, retract, spikes come up, retract, spikes come up, retract, for this whole 20-foot run.
Was 8 clicks. Okay. So it's the 4 immediate squares have the spikes.
Yes.
Does Yuri notice if after that fourth square, that 20 feet away, goes down? Can I hear the clicking again?
The clicking stopped the minute the first spike came out.
Fuck. Okay. Alright, Yuri. Fuck me. Alright, it's like a video game. Let's do this. Yuri's gonna watch for a second, kind of pump himself up, and
actually, as
Yuri's
well,
gonna do his best throw.
just because we have
You're gonna throw in
detected
some
the trap.
swinging blades, aren't you?
Yeah. Welcome to Sen's Fortress. Snakes, blades, spikes, the works. Let's draw in another square for you, just so you can see. It's technically a rectangle. So it'd be 2, 3, 4. Yuri has detected the trap, so I'll just highlight those squares were the trap. Have I done too many? No, I haven't. I thought I had for a second. I'm blind.
Yuri's gonna watch them for a bit. Yuri's gonna wait like 5 minutes, and are they still going?
No. The minute the fourth one came out and went back in, nothing.
Okay. I don't fucking trust that though.
Yuri takes a step.
Yuri's gonna. Yeah. Okay. So they've not. So it's been 5 minutes.
Yeah, after the 5 minutes, you haven't seen any sign of them resetting, no sound.
Yuri is gonna back up against the wall. And as fast as he fucking can, with a little hop over where he triggered it, just run.
I'll say make an athletics check for this, as you're basically just sprinting with a little bounce.
Athletics. Oh, motherfucker. That's a 3. A natural 1.
3. In that case, I will need a dexterity saving throw, please, as you unfortunately do not sprint fast enough.
Oh, another natural 1 for 3.
Oh no.
Oh, there goes that short rest.
Well, you only actually take 6 points of piercing damage. I rolled very low. I'll say it's basically like you're kind of staggering and struggling through them effectively, and like square 2 and square 4. Number 2 catches you in like the back of the heel and the calf, which just gives you enough momentum to stagger over number 3, but then the fourth one comes up faster than you were expecting and just slices up your chest. But you make it to the other side without immediately dying.
Before I move forward again, I will like to check those traps after this again. Yuri's like, oh man, where's Ethan when I need him? I need you, Ethan. Ethan, the bounty hunter from Frostreach.
Perception or investigation?
15.
15. You do not see any more, as far as you can tell.
I'm gonna go all the way down the corner. Hopefully that road is going to see this a little bit as well.
I'm just getting all the chrome lag today.
Oh, but don't worry, it kind of lagged on me when I was moving that down and some of the fog over wasn't placed, so I saw some strange symbols that just seemed so fun.
Oh.
So that's it. If we have above VTT still watching, that's the thing. I don't know if that's even an issue they can fix, but fog kind of lags when I move the map as a player sometimes.
Weird.
And that could be an internet thing too.
It might just be my streaming, to be honest. Yeah, so you can see all of this. There's just like the shadows are being cast by the torchlight actually not reaching around that corner.
Gotcha. Does that roll that you're going to have there looks to be
I'll
safe
let
to
it
the next
be
corner.
the same roll. Yeah,
Okay.
it looks safe along here.
I will move to that corner, but I need a new roll. Like I'm literally going to be rolling.
Seeing
so much
as there aren't any traps around here, I'm just gonna let it keep being the same one, so it's fine.
Okay. Yuri will move down to the next corner,
Much the same.
and then
It still seems pretty good.
I'll go to that corner.
Same again. Is that just like a tiny strip of fog of war that I didn't get rid of? Excuse you, sir.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell sometimes on my view, because I sit super far away and I'm super blind.
Yeah, Yuri will go down to that corner.
So yeah, still no more traps around here, and as you make your way around, you notice as the corridor curves around to the left, but also breaks off to the right, I think, slightly. I can see my own map. Yes, that's an opening. I apologise to all the listeners because I absolutely just shoulder checked the shit out of my pop filter. They're not quite designed for pops like that.
I will go to the opening and just kind of look down it real quick.
So this doesn't seem to have actually been intended. It's like the wall has kind of crumbled and broken down. And you peek in and you can see a similar room to what you saw way back when. There's embalming table, there's tools. It has to have its tools. It just seems much the same. Did I not reveal the room? I did not. Let me... I noticed like a very slight, like, waiting expression on your face, and I was like, I haven't revealed the room, have I? Has it revealed, or is Chrome lagging again? Chrome's lagging again.
Okay.
The perks of streaming on amazing Wi-Fi. There we go. That's why my torchlight wasn't coming through, because you couldn't see a torch.
Yuri's gonna gingerly make his way through the hole in the wall. Right there. Are the books on the embalming table the same titles?
Yes.
So there is this a door to the left?
It looks to be.
I will move up so I can tell if it is actually a door.
Yes. It was
Does
just
it
me
have a
being
key
an
on it?
asshole.
Does it have a doorknob?
It feels barred, and there is no doorknob.
Well, I guess I know which way I'm going.
I actually also got
Railroad!
the doors. Yeah, I also... Oh, totally. This is an absolute railroad dungeon. I did get the doors the wrong way around the first time as well. The one near the skeleton room had the keyhole. The other one, that was like the airlock door, basically, was barred.
Okay. So the barred door was the hallway door, the keyhole was the embalming room door.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, airlock door? I'm glad I propped open that fucker.
It was just a good way of instantly describing exactly what it was, because it was one door after another, and that's an airlock.
Yeah. But admit it, something would have happened if I didn't do that. It's okay, you can admit that to me, Mitch.
No.
I passed it.
It was just a pair of doors. I just like making you paranoid.
Sure you're doing a great job. Alright, Yuri will... Okay. I want to keep being cautious, but at the same time... Yuri's probably been sensed into a false sense of security because there hasn't been any traps lately. So Yuri will just go to right. No, not there, not there. To the
Into the wall.
Where he goes.
Yeah. It all seems pretty safe.
Okay. He'll go around to here, through the wall. He will phase.
Of course.
Through the wall.
Just try to get that fighter subclass from me. Yeah, that's still no traps. Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
To right there.
it is a complete dead end. You just hit
Fucking
wall.
what? Bullshit. I mean, I know you're right, but bullshit. Fuck. Where?
Yeah, I made an asshole dungeon.
What the fuck, dude? Key. Alright. Oh, fuck, okay. Yuri will...
Now, this
Go
is
back
good
into this
dungeon
first.
design.
And it really is. No, I was not expecting a dead end. I was like, God damn it. Yuri will go back into this embalming room.
Sure.
Wait a fucking minute. Wait a fucking minute. Yuri will go over to the brazier. Prick is seeing the brazier. Does the brazier look like the same ones outside?
Similar, but smaller.
But like smaller. Okay. Yuri will prick his thumb on his minotaur horn and squeeze the drop of blood into the brazier. Okay.
Same purple flames.
Brain blast!
You do hear a slight click from the corner of the room.
Which direction do I hear the click from? Like towards the door?
No, away from the door. Basically,
Okay.
the complete diagonal opposite corner to the door, where the drafting table is.
Okay. Yuri will go over and look at the table just real quick, see if he notices anything.
Make a perception check at the drafting table.
It's all about the table. That's the key.
Of course.
19.
You realize now the keyhole that you had seen is the exact size and shape of a table, and yet somehow you couldn't get through the door. It's a table-sized keyhole, but you're not getting through the door. 19. A 15? 19. 19. I was looking at the wrong thing.
19.
Also, I got the corner wrong. Top left corner of this room. I'm a good DM.
So whatever corner Yuri
Yeah.
is where he would have gone to look at. Which I'm
Um,
assuming since it's not a drafting table, he doesn't see anything.
yeah, it's the one corner that doesn't have a door or a table, but there is now a slight draft coming from it. From, like, the corner.
Okay. And that's all I noticed is the draft coming through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I'd say with a 19, like, you could see the flame somewhat being affected by the draft. So you could see, like, what direction the draft is coming from.
Okay.
Which would be, like, here. If I just ping that section of the wall.
Yuri wants... Yeah, Yuri wants to look at that particular wall and see if there's anything that looks out of place.
Perception or
and he'll
investigation,
probably-
your choice.
Okay, and to kind of help, he'll probably grab the torch and, like, move it over to the wall to find where the draft is exactly, to see if it's, like, a seal or something. Okay. That will do perception again, because that's a better... That's just a 10.
So the torch is actually, like, mounted into the sconce on the wall, so you can't really pull it out. That said, a secret door is a lot easier to find when you've triggered the mechanism for opening it. And you do notice there is a very slight gap where the wall has kind of not opened, but you know when a door unlatches and there's that slight ajar.
Alright, sweet.
And I'll come along here so you can see which section of it was. Oh, never mind, because I second guessed myself when I was building this and just filled it in a solid wall so it wouldn't look suspicious if I got rid of the fog of war there. Good job, Mitch. You played yourself.
Alright, so is it a secret door that's open now, though?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not open, but you can push it open.
Okay.
Push it.
Before Yuri does
Push it
that,
real good.
Before Yuri does that, he's gonna... Yeah, no, he's gonna do that just to be on the safe side.
He's just gonna kill himself.
Yuri's going to make his way back over to here.
Okay.
Does it look like there's a pressure plate that will activate this trap in reverse?
No.
Basically. Okay. So Yuri, assuming that he can make it across that just fine, is gonna come all the way. Oh no, I'm gonna. Ooh, I made it. I had my touch mouse pad because my mouse died. So he's gonna come all the way back over here real quick.
I apologize to the people watching this on the stream as I cannot move fast enough because Chrome is just not having a good day with me today. I've lost Yuri.
I'm in the first embalming room.
Just double click on Yuri's token and it'll snap me to him. It'll be the fastest way of doing it with my Chrome lagging. At some point I think I should just suddenly jump over to it when my Chrome stops playing.
I've been, double clicking on it 3 times now.
It didn't because that section of the map has unloaded because my Chrome is not having fun. There we go. Now I've pinged over to Yuri.
So
I apologize above VTT. This isn't you guys, this is me.
So Yuri being at this razor, same thing. Will prick his thumb and squeeze a drop of blood in. Okay. Do I hear anything?
Nope.
Okay, sweet. Then Yuri is going to go all the way back.
Of course he is.
Fuck, I probably gotta try and get past that trap.
I'll say he knows it now and just skips it.
Okay, we'll step over. Okay, perfect.
I'll be nice.
Right. I am speed, tearing through the dungeon.
Green Hill Zone starts playing.
Alright.
So, as you step through the wall... Oh yeah. Good fun.
Oh yeah, so much fun. So much.
So, you see what seems to be an altar. Stood at the top of the altar is... I'll give Yuri this one for free. From descriptions he would have heard in the bedtime stories, and knowing now that they're somewhat true, piecing it together with the statues you've seen so far, Thorgoldafal. There are bloodstains all over the floor. There are glyphs that have been drawn in blood around the altar. There's bloodstains on the altar, on the statues. And there is, if I remember correctly, he says, tapping to his notes, so he doesn't need to remember. There is a small offering box, which is open and empty. But you do see, because it is open, round the corner of it, the room seems to extend into a small passage.
So that door right there is open?
Oh, I did put a door there. Yeah, sure, the door's open. I forgot I put a door there. I couldn't remember if I had or not, but sure, the door's open. I'm a good DM.
So obviously I know you're using shapes from Dungeon Draft, may not fully represent what's in there. Are the 2 boxes with the little jewel anything, or is that just part of the altar basically?
That's part of the altar.
Okay. Yuri is going to slowly make his way up
I see you. No, I'm kidding.
Trust me, I expected
I think Yuri would actually pee in that moment if that happened.
Oh, definitely.
After being so careful about all the traps and everything.
Is there any sort of writing on the altar or anything
No.
like that?
Just bloodstains.
Is the statue of Thorvald like holding anything? Is it in any particular stance?
Just like that, almost like the heroic pose, puffed out chest, but his hands aren't on his hips, they're just like hanging down by his side, closed fists, head slightly up, turned, and you see this full strange combo of minotaur, devil, demon thing, and you're like, these stories couldn't have been more wrong, but also couldn't have been more right, in a way. Like, all the random scraps of, ooh, scary man from the stories come together to form what you're seeing in front of you.
And you said the offering box is open?
And empty.
Seeing as it's worked technically 3 times. Oh boy. Please don't trigger anything. Please don't trigger anything. Yuri says in his head. He's going to take. He's going to take out his dagger. Hold his hand over the offering box. And he's going to begin to say, dread by sight, dread by sound, dread by name, dread be bound. And as he says bound, he's going to slice his hand and squeeze. So about 1 slashing damage worth of blood falls into the box.
As you do, the eyes begin to glow blood red. The glyphs on the floor start to glow.
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
You feel awesome. You feel incredibly invigorated as this kind of, I'd say warmth, but there's like a burning to it. Starts to originate in your stomach and spreads throughout your whole body, and you feel some of these wounds that you'd like half patched up, some of the newer wounds that were still dripping with blood from the spike traps. You feel some of the blood start to kind of pool and actually be pulled out of the wounds somewhat into the glyphs on the floor, and then you feel them start to close up as you gain the benefits of a long rest.
Oh fuck yeah!
You rolled real good on that random table.
Sweet. I don't want to know what else would have happened if I rolled shitty.
A beholder!
Right. Always.
One time I'm just gonna have it on a random table and you guys are gonna roll it and no one's gonna believe me.
Until we all take a laser beam to the face. As Yuri watches some of the wounds get healed up, he's gonna look up, and best he can, obviously, I'm assuming this statue is pretty tall.
It's actually a relatively small altar, all things considered. Probably just above Yuri's eye line.
Alright, Yuri's gonna look up to where he's making eye contact and just go, I don't know if you're able to hear me, seeing as from the stump of it your soul is fractured, but maybe all the stories aren't true, maybe they are, but maybe we can help each other. And I'm gonna put the dagger in the box and then leave the altar.
Okay. as you do, the glow from the eyes fades, the glyphs fade. And you head into the next room as Chrome struggles to keep up. This is why when Heroes in Theory were like, hey, do you want to run our live stream? I was like, I probably shouldn't. I knew it would end up like this.
Yeah, it's okay.
So, you make your way into another room, and you see what appear to be 4 closed coffers, so like kind of small-ish boxes.
Okay. They're all mimics. No.
No? No, I'm kidding.
No, you're not. Shut up.
No. Like, when I do it this, obviously, it's always the door that's the mimic. I've got people with that before. There's been a room full of chests and they've poked every single one of them, waited for something to happen, nothing happened, and they were like, great, let's leave. They touched the door and the mouth opened up on the door.
Yeah. Yuri will go to where the crates are first.
Mm-hmm. So, sitting on top of the crates, which, as you kind of look at them, you can see there's gaps and holes in the crates. They seem to be empty, like they're just being put there ready for use. Sat on top is in fact actually the only open coffer, which has this kind of satin cushioned base, and it's a relatively small one, and you can just see a single probably gun arc hand sized blood red aerocrystal from the looks of it.
Let me get rid of one of my daggers real quick before I forget.
Yeet!
Okay,
I like that the stream can see what's on the other side of the wall and you can't.
Oh yeah, no, I see a very faint glow of something, and I'm like, oh no.
Like, you just have this big black box.
Yuri will... So you said the only open coffer is the one where these
With the crystal,
crates
yeah.
are directly from. Okay. The other 3 are the ones that look empty, basically, and broken.
No, so the crates look empty. The other 3 coffers that are scattered across the room are closed, but
Okay, gotcha.
you're not quite sure if there's anything in them or not. They're just closed.
Okay,
They
Yuri
look
will
more
reach
small
out.
chest-like than these empty crates.
Yuri will reach out with his dagger and not fully like knock the ruby over, because I know also arrow crystals are kind of unstable.
They can be.
Does it?
But
well,
this,
actually,
this
yeah,
also
well, does
doesn't
this arrow
look
crystal
charged,
look-
no.
Okay, perfect. Yuri will still with his dagger kind of lightly scoot it, just to see if anything happens in the crates,
Nothing
anything
happens.
at all. Okay. Yuri will reach in and grab it, and
Okay.
as quickly as he can put it in his bag. And that's when it turns to a mimic.
You may now add the crystal of instant death. Yeah, no, it's just a blood red arrow crystal. They come in all different shapes, sizes, and colors. Collect them all. There's 151 to collect. Gotta collect them all.
Yuri will quickly...
Pokemon jokes.
not quickly, will take a second to say to himself, you know, if I don't check these chests, I'm sure Ethan will be upset.
As will Mary.
Definitely. Mary got her books, he says to the disembodied voice. Yuri will take the time to check each chest for a trap first.
It's quite, like, there's no roll even required, even just with your passive, it's quite noticeable. They're not trapped in any way, they're just closed. There's not even a lock on them. And you get the
I
sense
will
that it's
open all
probably
three.
also because it's so tucked away behind this secret door that probably wasn't a need.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. I'll open all 3 chests.
Okay, so the closest one to the aerocrystal chest
I'll start at the top.
contains 2 piles of what seem to be bones.
Are there any teeth in those bones?
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Are there any skulls?
And no.
Are there any femurs?
Yes.
I will take 1 femur.
Okay. I was going to say, so to save you the time and the effort of rolling, for the purposes of my supplement stuff, there is 2 units worth of Minotaur bones.
In that top chest?
Yes.
Actually, you know what? I will take both of those units.
So it's basically like you could take enough pieces of bone to make like a small piece of armor, or like 2 femurs for like 2 Minotaur bone swords or something, you know? It's just 2 units worth of Minotaur bone.
Yeah, I will take both of those units, actually. Okay, the chest to the left.
So that contains a bundle of wood, from the looks of it. And you're getting, even again without any checks or anything, not that the wood in itself is magical, but there's still some sort of magical weirdness to it. There's a vibe to the wood. Not that the wood is magical, but there's a vibe.
Okay. It's just vibing. I'll take that bundle of that.
Okay, so again, just for also ease of referring to it in the future, and saving time, you can add 2 units of spiritual wood.
Ooh, 2 units of the spirit.
All of Mitch's expanded materials in this dungeon
Okay. I'm assuming, obviously, player knows what the name of it is. Yuri has no idea what this wood would be, right? Like, it's not a Feltesian wood.
it is. You would have possibly seen your mother making armor or weapons out of a material that looks somewhat like this for some of the druids that live near Wildthorn.
Okay, perfect. Alright, and then the last chest coffer.
The last one contains what seems to be a gauntlet with basically a syringe attached to it, almost, with a tube that runs from it. It's like a half wrist length tube running to a small phial that is currently empty. And underneath the gauntlet, because I assume Yuri kind of lifts it up to take a proper look at it, and it's not like a full hand gauntlet, it's like fingerless, not fully metal, it's like leather and then metal plate with the syringe stuff. And the syringe itself is on the actual fist area. And underneath it is a key.
Take the gun. And as he takes it, be like, this could come in handy for me or maybe even Ethan. And I will pick up the key as well.
Cool. And once again, for ease of referring to it in the future, just so you don't go, hey Mitch, that gauntlet, and I go, what gauntlet?
Yeah.
Just add in an essence extractor.
That just sounds cool.
Yeah, it's another thing from my expanded stuff. And if Yuri finds out what it does later, I'll tell him. But at least you have a note that it's an essence
now-
extractor, and you can say,
now
what does it do,
you're
and now I
tempting me
can
to,
tell you.
Yeah. You're tempting me to like put it on and actually try it in this dungeon.
Ah!
Alright, so and I pick up the key, and then to save movement time, I will go all the way over here. As you said, this room was the key door.
Yes.
Okay.
That's basically backtracking all the way to the start.
Yeah.
Because
Yes, exactly.
that's what all the fun dungeons make you do.
Yeah. It's that Link and Zelda and Metroid Prime stuff. Oh,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
in the starting area. You can't get here yet, but you go really far. Then you have to come all the way back to get to a new area.
Could you tell I was playing a lot of Dark Souls when I made this dungeon?
I'm not a fan of that game, but that's okay. I don't like how much you die in that game. Alright, yeah. So I'm back at that door. I will
Yes.
put in the key into
It doesn't fit. The key's in a different dungeon. Tune in next week. No, it fits. It turns. It unlocks.
Yuri will go right, slowly and carefully and silently as he can, go across the threshold of the door to the next
Yes,
square, where
he
disappears into fog of war.
will. I'm gonna zoom out so the stream can see the entirety of the room at one time, because it's the entire big black box you've been staring at this whole time. Just the whole big central room. Whilst my Chrome lags horribly. Oh, come on, Chrome, please. This is like the coolest room out of all of them. I put so much effort into it. Here we go. As he drags out the big red square. Are you ready for the reveal, Jordan? Boom!
Yeah. Oh, God.
As you step across the threshold, I'm looking at the wrong room description. You see a very sickly looking man from the looks of it. Half sitting, half sprawled on a throne facing the door amid 4 huge stone cauldrons which are overflowing almost with blood.
Oh, great.
The blood bubbles and undulates in these cauldrons, and you can just see magical energy almost just sparking across the rune-covered floor. There's this almost ever-present red mist just hanging in the air, illuminated by this enormous chandelier that hangs over the middle of the room. What's kind of obscured by the giant chandelier is what seems to be the biggest bearskin rug you have ever seen,
about to say,
just
that fucker's
stretched
10 feet.
across the floor. This guy's got style.
Has he
Either
noticed me
side,
yet?
either side of the throne are 2 lit braziers, and either side of those, so just kind of like next to those, as you can kind of see them in between the braziers and the cauldrons, are just piles of bones.
Okay.
And as you step
Has he
in,
noticed me at all?
he kind of looks up and shifts uncomfortably in the throne and just, "You enter now into my throne room. Who dares enter the domain of Thorgol the Foul?"
You don't look like Thorgol the Foul. You look like an imposter sitting on an empty throne.
I have many forms. This is the one that pleases me most right now.
Oh, shoot, I gotta remember what I wrote down. Hold on. One sec. Sorry. Do I want to? No, I don't want to actually say it. I will just take a step, not leaving the square I'm in, but I'll take a step forward and be like, Yorkovich is the name I go by.
I am Thorgol the Foul, and the flames in the braziers as he struggles to raise his arms. It would seem Another sacrifice has brought himself into my domain to fill my cauldrons and feed my power.
As he says that, oh man, it's so hard. Like, part of me wants to believe he does have many forms, but the other part's like, there's no fucking way this guy is Thorgal. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I don't believe it. He looks like a sickly old fucking human. Or a person, because I'm assuming he looks more human. Yeah.
From where you're standing, he seems human, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so as he, like, does this, I'm just gonna, again, feel this uncharacteristic anger at this man calling himself Thorgal, I feel. Just from seeing the statue of Thorgal the Foul just recently. Like, there is no way that this frail person is Thorgal. There's no way that a what?
As this anger is building and you're taking in more of the room, you're kind of looking around like, surely this can't be him. You notice hooded, robed figures just slumped, dead, all around the floor. Those vague black shapes that you can see on the map are dead bodies from the looks of them.
Yeah, I had a feeling. And, you know, looking at the bedtimes, thinking of the bedtime stories and all this other stuff, and being raised to be, you know, that Minotaurs are incredibly proud of who they are. They don't hide what they look like regardless. Yuri's gonna just close his fist for a split second, and then as he does, he's gonna say, either way, whether you are or not Thorgal the Foul, the Dreadhorn, you're just a shell or an imposter of what you once were, and I'm gonna throw my hand up and release Guiding Bolt at him.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Fucking natural 20! 25 total.
So. Oh man, I hate doing this on a nat 20, but unfortunately...
No, that's fine. No, please do. It's a good story moment. Fucking do it.
You unleash this guiding bolt, and as it rockets towards him, he just flicks a finger, and from the 4 cauldrons, this torrent of blood just intercepts this bolt that just...
Okay. Fizzles out.
I am untouchable! And I would like you to roll initiative, please. As I switch
I wish it...
to my boss fight music.
Motherfucker, that's a shitty initiative roll, god damn it. 6.
6. Page unresponsive. Don't tell me that. That's not what I need. Damn it, Google Chrome. Thank you. It was your initiative roll that just completely crashed my Chrome.
Oh no.
He's too powerful! Already! So, he is going to point a finger towards you shakily and just... Do you not know you are in the presence of greatness? Bow! And you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
I have advantage because it's a spell, motherfucker!
It is.
Satyrs for the win, baby! Oh, and I have a +5 to my wisdom saving throw. Oh, thank God, because that first one's a 13. Second one is much better at 23.
23. You feel no compulsion to get on your knees and bow to this pathetic creature that you see. And you have no idea where that thought has just come from, but it's in your mind that this creature in front of you is pathetic.
Yuri's gonna just let that thing ride and just compel him to say, I bow to the lesser being.
And that will end the wizard's turn. What would you like to do?
Oh man, I wish Blur wasn't an action, but it is, and that's fine.
Well, it would be so OP.
I know. I have a really strong feeling I won't be able to run up on him. But I will first of all. Aha! Aim at the lose concentration. Shit. Okay, bonus action, Hexblade's Curse on that. As I say the no lesser pain, I want to basically fling my shadow at him to Hexblade Curse.
Nice. So you watch as this, like, shadow just spreads across the floor, creeps up the throne, and starts to wrap slowly around him. Almost like a hint of vines in the way it's moving.
I love it. And then...
Mary approves.
Right, Yuri. Yeah, no, Yuri still having that thing. I will charge forward at him.
Yes, you
Yeah. I know, stupid, but I will, as I go for my first attack, I will say, if anyone should be you. That's
roll to hit.
24 to hit. 24.
Nice. It hits.
Oh, shitty damage roll. That's a total of 5 damage.
You thunder into the side of his face, expecting to just completely snap the jaw of what seems to be this absolutely pathetic being in front of you, who just... as it just seems to have no effect.
Oh wait, do I do extra damage? Does that extend to the curse? I think I do.
You do from Hexblade's Curse. I think it's like a d6.
It's a plus 3, so I get 5, so 8 total points of damage
He still...
on that one.
It seems
Yeah.
like you have absolutely no impact. You might as well have just not punched him from what it looks like.
With the follow-up of prayers for my second attack for that action, I want to go right for his throat. Not calling the shot, but like if I would like hopefully to
Yeah.
get damage and cuts off his big damage speak. That is a critical hit because he's Hexblade Curse. I rolled a 19.
Man, I really hate giving this to your crits.
God damn it! It's okay. It's fine.
It just feels so sucky.
No, it's fine. Do what he would do, man. The monsters are smart. It's okay.
So what was the damage?
Well, I was gonna ask, with it being a 19 critical, do you want me to roll 2 sets, or do we want to stick with the
It's still a crit.
max set?
Yeah, it's still a crit.
So that'd be 10. Oh my god! I would have done 23 points of bludgeoning damage on it.
Ugh. So once again, you just
Okay.
thunder into the throat and you feel absolutely no give in this throat.
Okay.
You were expecting to, like,
Ignore that.
crush windpipe.
Yeah. Yuri's still not shaken. He's still convinced that this person is an imposter and is setting on someone else's throat.
Does that end your turn?
Yeah, that's really my turn.
He laughs again and just raises his hands up, and you watch as the blood starts to rise from the cauldrons as he swirls it. It kind of slides in between you and him, and you just see through this faint barrier as he pushes, and this wall of blood slams into you, and I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Haha, advantage again, baby!
Sure, I'll allow it. This is technically magic.
I was gonna say, you should allow it, because it's a satyr thing, but... so,
technically, this is magic.
18.
18. So you are successful. So, you are pushed back 15 feet away from the throne as this wall of blood just pushes you, and you are skidding along the floor. And you're like, if I wasn't able to have kept my footing just then, that would have knocked me flat. It is a solid wall of blood that just slams into you and then back into the cauldrons.
For
as he just
that's
gonna end his turn.
Purposes, could some of that blood have stuck to Yuri almost like clinging armor? I'm trying to flavor this really cool for my next move.
Sure.
Okay.
There's
Yuri
some
kinda
blood on
shaking
him.
Thank you. Yuri seeing that the blood's kind of magically sticking to him a little bit. Yuri's going to just kind of shrug it off and laugh at him as he runs back up to him. And be like, you can push me away, but I'll always come back. It's okay. And
I am invincible.
right as he says he's invincible, I want to swing. Stupid. Swing with prayers. Is that 17?
Hits.
Sweet. Yeah, so right as he says invincible, I want to connect with this wooden pipe again.
But once again, it seems to have absolutely zero impact.
That's total damage for that one. 10 points of bludgeoning damage. Question. So I can attack twice with my pack weapon with the Thirsty Blade. Can I do an attack, bonus action, and do my second attack?
I've always ruled that with extra attack.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So,
I don't see why not.
Okay. As I connect with that first one, I would like to cast my level 3 spell. Blood armor.
Unfortunately,
No!
the impact did not hit
Doesn't count.
enough to... Like, when I say there seems to be no effect, you might as well just be punching thin air. You do not seem to be doing any damage to him.
I thought pack weapons deal magic damage, don't they?
They do.
Fucker. Okay, can I withdraw that spell slot, please? I'm scared
Yeah.
now. I'm legit scared.
You would have noticed when you punched him and wouldn't have gone to cast the spell. I feel like Yuri would have gone with the intention of casting it, noticed it, and been like, nope, don't like that. Noticing now after like the third hit that there's no signs of any damage. It's fun when bosses have weird mechanics. At this point, I'm wondering how far behind the Twitch chat are and if any of them are screaming at you to do anything. No. There is no comments from them saying to do anything. That's good. That's very good. It means none of them have figured out my little trick, or they just don't care enough about you to help.
You're gonna see that connection. Wood. Yeah. Probably not going to be able to because I have used my action, and I understand. I mean, I've only used like half my action, but still. If I'm able to, with the remaining bonus action and free, I would like to try and push over one of these two cauldrons, probably the one that's to the left of Yuri.
I'll say not, just because it is more of a action to take those kind of checks.
It's a shove action, I told you.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd ask. So that is my turn.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna carry on doing it. He just... those are not for you to touch. They're mine. And he swirls his hands again, and as you're like starting to get in place to push the cauldron, you feel it starting to vibrate as the blood slowly rises up out of it again, forms into this wall in front of you, and slams into you again. And I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Dirty 20. Or no, sorry, 15.
15.
I don't know if it's enough.
I don't remember if it's enough. That's a very good question. Oh, it's just enough. This time you nearly teeter over, but you are still pushed 15 feet back towards the door that you came in from. So yes, it's diagonal movement. I still count those as 5-foot squares. Because...
15. Does that work right there?
I'm just going to say yes because Yuri has yet to move on my screen because Chrome is not having a good day today. Basically,
I'm
it's...
directly under the chandelier.
Yeah. I was just about to say it's going to put you under or around the chandelier as the blood pushes... There he just suddenly jumped across my screen. There we go. Awesome. That's going to end his turn as the blood back into the cauldrons, and he just tuts at you from the throne.
Is it a free action to take something out of my bag?
It depends what.
The red arrow crystal.
I'll allow it as a bonus action.
That's fine. I'm going to take out that arrow crystal.
Technically it's object interaction, which is an action, but I'm a nice guy, and this is a horrible, horrible fight with a really stupid gimmick.
It's going to be like Yuri has to drink the blood.
Oh god. It's just one of them where, like, when you're in the moment, you have absolutely no idea why this guy is so invincible, and then afterwards you're like, I'm so stupid.
Wait a minute.
But yeah, Yuri takes out the arrow crystal.
Actually, I'm not going to move forward. Can I actually undo the... No, I'll still have the arrow crystal. I would like to try. I don't know how to... I want to try and grapple him.
Grapple him,
Yeah.
did you say? So you're running up towards the throne and grappling him?
Yeah, and I want to try and grab him.
Sure. It is contested athletics or acrobatics from him, so it's a strength from you, and it's acrobatics or athletics from them trying to escape the grapple.
Oh, that's pretty good. 16.
6.
Yes. As I lock in, I lock my wrist behind him, and I just get real close to my face. Feeling all that rage, feeling that he's a lesser being, that he's pathetic. I just say, get off his throne, and I want to move back as hard as I can and like try to pull him off the throne.
Yeah, so if you're moving with a grappled creature, if I remember correctly, you move at half speed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to move the full 15 feet back that I did. 10 feet that I already
So I will move him for you because I've just remembered you can't move monster tokens. He's a monster! Cool. And he's just like cackling as you're pulling him off the throne. His legs are like feet scraping across the floor as you're just he's basically just completely limp in your arms and cackling. Is that end your turn?
Yeah, that is my turn. Because I use my bonus action to see him.
On his turn, because he's not technically restrained, so he can still use his arms to do stuff, he starts swirling his arms again, and you watch as the blood begins to rise out of the cauldrons, and he carries on laughing, and this torrent of blood comes blasting towards you, and I need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Oh, thank goodness. 18.
18. So this would probably slam you up against the door. You are still pushed back. Luckily, you have yet to be knocked prone or take any damage from it, but it does move you still. And you watch as this wall kind of comes between you and him, slams you up against the door, and as it draws back towards the cauldrons, instead of separating like it has before, it stays solid, and it flows back towards the throne, and as it slides back into the cauldrons, you see him sat back on the throne again.
Okay.
As he just...
That answers.
just this gross cough laugh thing. And that's going to end his turn. You're so lucky he only has one action.
Yeah, no shit. Yuri, seeing this happen, kind of starts to put the words together. He's going to use 10 feet movement to get up to that cauldron. He's going to, as he's trying to use his action to, if you allow this, he has the arrow crystal in one hand, obviously. He's going to, like, put that hand that has the arrow crystal into the cauldron while he also tries to push it over.
I'll allow it. It's just like getting a grip on it and pushing, basically.
Yeah, I want to push over that cauldron.
Sure, make a strength check.
Okay, not bad, not bad. That's a 15.
So you push as it starts to tip. It's tearing up the floor underneath it, and you just hear him, "No! No!" as it slams into the floor, and it takes 6 points of damage. You see some cracks in it, but weirdly enough, while some of the blood starts to flow out, loads of it is still just somehow still inside this cauldron. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Bonus action, I can't really do anything unless you let me hit it as a bonus action. Which, I mean, I didn't use an attack, so... Yuri will just finish by... Yeah, right.
Spooky dookie. In that case, as you're right up next to them, he's going to once again start swirling his hands in this same pattern you're seeing him do every time as the blood starts to spiral out of the cauldrons. The one that's been tipped over, the blood kind of reels back in towards it, combines, joins the mass, forms into that wall and slams into you again. And I need another strength save, please.
Is that pushing me towards the wall this time?
Yes. Because that would make the most sense. to push you as far away as possible.
15.
15 just beats it. So again, you're slowly sliding back, just managing to keep yourself upright. And that's going to end his turn. As my earphone falls out my ear.
Real quick, does this suit armor and dead body, does it just look like a suit of armor and dead body?
That it do.
I didn't want it. I will run back up to the closet and already fucked up. As I move forward, I will drop the red arrow, assuming having it into the weapon.
Well, looking at it, it does seem to be charged. You can see like a faint spark inside it.
You keep giving me like all this information that will make you difficult, but I'm gonna put no scenes to upset him. Yeah, I'm still as free action gingerly as possible drop the red arrow because I don't want it to like
Yeah.
like mess up my attacks.
I'll allow it. As you're running forward, just kind of like slowly roll it back towards the wall.
Yeah, perfect. And on that rose cauldron,
Roll to hit.
I have advantage because it's an inanimate object. It's fine.
No, because your knuckles aren't adamantine.
Roll 17 for that first
17 hits. You don't have advantage to hit them, but they are still an object. They're not particularly hard to hit.
Yeah.
So the first hit, what was the damage? 7. Oof. It's cracking. It's looking pretty broken. And he is now just screaming and throwing profanities at you as you're punching his cauldron.
The profanities actually get to me, and I miss that second follow-up attack because I hear him calling me names. I go up and flip him off.
Yeah, it's a full-on, like, the worst insult in Faltesian. And you're like, you what? What you just call my
Kissed your
mom?
mother with that mouth? Oh yeah. So I just go up to flip him off and miss that second one. I follow up with a bonus attack for a 23 to hit.
Hits.
I don't have my modifier on that. Not bad roll. 5 points damage.
It breaks. And the blood comes rushing out onto the floor and starts to pool at your feet as he... No! I'm laughing every time because it just sounds so much like Palpatine.
Yeah. That ends my turn.
Okay. He kind of like struggles to his feet on the throne and just, stay away! And pushes another wave of blood towards you, and I need a strength saving for it, please. As Yuri has finally started to catch on to this stupid trick.
No, I like it. No, it was really cool. I liked it a lot. Well, and I like how the game was, how you could, I feel, see your thought process. Oh, it's
Yeah.
the throne making him this way. So 30-20.
Yep, okay. You get pushed 15 feet back towards the wall again, but nothing else
up or
happens.
to the left?
To the left. Because it's further away.
As Yuri gets this back, he'll say, seems you're pretty fond of these little cauldrons. It would be a shame if something continues to happen to them.
They're mine!
From there. Ooh. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna do it. Fuck it, I don't care.
step on the aero crystal. Do a gun arc, blow yourself up.
I'm gonna... It may be wasting a turn, but it's fine. I'm gonna look at him. Like, no. You're not the only one that can control blood. As I prick my thumb on my horn and I flick the blood at him. I'm gonna clap cat's blood tide.
Okay, so we've had some changes to it now, haven't we?
Yeah, I have to roll to hit.
That's right.
Oh, shitty. It's a 10. I'm assuming I miss.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Damn it!
As you flick
so cool.
the blood, he just flicks a hand, and this like tendril just whoosh, out from one of the cauldrons and snaps it out the air. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to move forward.
Okay. In that case, he holds out his hands to either side and kind of slams
he's
them
gonna
in
activate
together
the dead people, I bet!
in like this kind of almost like an upside down praying type position, and just slowly pushes upwards with his hands, and as he does, the blood starts to rise out of the cauldron, and he opens his hands out, brings them together like he's holding a weapon, and just slams down towards you, and he's going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Oh, very nice. And that's just him creating the blood, right?
Yeah. As a giant blood hammer forms above you. If I'd been clever, I would have loaded a custom token in before now. But it's too late now, it's all good. But you can add custom tokens to above VTT for situations exactly like this that I just did not think of. It's been really useful for my clerics in my Curse of Strahd game. We have spiritual weapon tokens going. So he makes a melee spell attack against you.
Does spiritual weapon that's going to attack the same time as cast?
When you cast this spell, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
Okay, that's fine. That just means I've been doing it wrong. So.
Yeah, doesn't matter, it's a 10 anyway.
Right.
As it just slams into the ground directly in front of you, and he just... Take that as a warning!
You'll have to do better than that. As Yuri dodges out of the way, he's gonna go ahead and run up to the other cauldron that he hasn't fucked with yet. So the one straight across from Yuri.
I was just double checking if it gets opportunity attacks, but I know it doesn't, because the clerics always beg me for them.
And I will do the 1, 2, 3 combo. Natural 20 on the first roll.
Nice.
So that is 10 plus.
I'm just waiting for Google Chrome to catch up with where you've actually moved to.
Ooh, that's almost like total max damage. 18 points bludgeoning damage on that.
It just immediately explodes in a rain of blood and debris. As he just screams, "No!"
I will use the rest of my movement to get right in front of him. And question, I only used one attack. Do I still have one more plus my bonus attack?
So, I normally allow people to break it up with their movement.
I see you like praying hands. Well, I've got my own praying hand for you, and I'll take my second attack action swing with prayers.
Nice.
For another fucking natural 20, dude!
I'm real sorry.
I know, it's fine. I figured as much. It's Yuri trying to see if it's working.
Yeah. I just feel so bad that it's been every single nat 20 except the one that was
It's
hitting the
fine.
cauldron.
It's fine. So that's 10 plus 5 is 15 plus the 3 next week's first. 18 points of damage. Obviously, probably.
It does seem that way.
Okay, recognizing that's not gonna work, Yuri's gonna move down one. Or no, that's all.
So the fun thing about him now having spiritual weapon out
He can move
means... Well, it's only 20 feet, but it is a bonus action. And the attack is also part of the bonus action. Oh yeah, he can do that. He doesn't even need to move it. Thanks for reminding me. Well, first he's going to use the action to swirl up the blood again and push you back towards the door, as opposed to back at the spiritual weapon, because the spiritual weapon can move anyway. So, strength save.
That's good. If 15 just beats it, I get knocked down.
Well, what did you roll?
I got a 13 and an 11. I got 13 and an 11.
13 just beats it.
Oh shit! Okay.
It's a lot easier when there's a lot less blood pushing you.
Oh, true. Very true. Very true. Very true. Very true. So
But as you're
15
sliding back, you are still struggling to keep your feet. As you notice now, like, this blood is just slowly pooling on the chamber. And you're like... You can hear the splashing as your hooves kind of step back. You are pushed back the 15 feet towards the door. I assume the only reason you haven't moved yet is because of my... Yeah, because of my Google Chrome.
No, I just now moved.
At which point, the spiritual weapon can then 5, 10, 15, 20 gets it directly in front of you, in between you and the chandelier. And it's going to swing at you. Oh, yeah, that one hits. Oh. As this hammer of blood... I'm sorry, I'm finding the 20. Swings down towards you, kind of like golf swing. Smacks you in the stomach back into the door, and you kind of bounce off the door. And it's 1d8 plus spellcasting modifier. As it just smashes you into the door. You take 7 points of radiant damage.
I feel like a bloodhammer would do necrotic. I'm just.
Oh no, it's force damage. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
I knew it wasn't right, but I wasn't sure why. So yeah, you take the force damage and it smacks you back into the door, and you kind of bounce off and skitter to your feet again. As the air's somewhat knocked out of your stomach, and you just fall to me. And that ends his turn.
About time he decides to actually hit me, and Yuri will run over to this cauldron because he realizes that's what's fucking working.
My map just reloaded. That was fun. Oh! Okay, so my custom tokens do actually exist here, so I can load in Nelmor's spiritual weapon, which is a flaming hammer. That's close enough. I just went to have a double check while you were describing what you were doing on your turn. That's cool, that's very good to know. Now you know where the spiritual weapon is.
So Yuri's gonna use his first attack, 18 to hit.
Hits.
I'm gonna roll. Yeah, okay. I feel like 10 points of damage might actually break this thing.
Unfortunately, 10 does not.
No, I got 6 points. So I haven't rolled my second attack. I'm gonna roll my second attack again now. For a 19 plus 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
8 points of damage.
Cool. It's
Still standing.
very, very, very close to breaking. It is leaking heavily.
Follow up. Okay, I'm gonna follow up with a bonus action attack for a dirty 20.
Hits.
That's 3 points of damage.
That's enough. It only needed one more. as it shatters
Break down.
completely, and he swears at you again, this time in Minotaur.
I speak Minotaur. What does he say? What does he call me? I want to know, Mitch. Tell me.
Basically the Minotaur
Secret
equivalent
yeah.
of the C word.
Okay, that works. I wanted you to say it on air. I'm kidding. As I shake off the insult, and I just say to him, 3 down, 1 to go. And I move to being in line with him, but having the last remaining cauldron in between us.
Okay. That's cool.
His spiritual can still totally move up to me.
Yeah, I'm just going to double check that with the handy dandy above VTT measuring tool. That I can't read because I'm too far away from my screen. I don't know why I ever tried. That number is way too small for me to read. I sit too far away from my screen when I play D&D.
It's only if you go diagonal.
Yeah.
Which would be 15 feet.
It's all good. He's still gonna try and push you away with a wave of blood from the last coffin, so strength saving throw.
Side note, 10 and a 7 is what I rolled. The last one I had rolled, oh no, you said I beat it with a 13. So yeah, 10 and a 7 this time.
Is that with bonuses?
Yeah.
Okay, so you take only 2 points of bludgeoning damage. You are pushed back 15 feet and knocked prone as this wave of blood that you weren't expecting to still be this powerful from just the one cauldron takes you completely by surprise and just launches you 15 feet back towards basically that wall alongside where the door is. That doesn't help. There's a door right next to you where the torch is.
I know what you meant.
Okay. Yeah, and you are knocked prone. And then in comes the spiritual weapon to hit you while you're prone.
And has an advantage because I'm prone.
Well, it's a spell attack, not a melee attack. So, I don't think it technically does. That's a real niche, and I'm just gonna say it doesn't, because I'm pretty sure it's specifically only melee attacks, as per the written rule, so... Excellent. I should have said it has advantage, that's an 8. As you're prone and you kind of... you're like on your back in a pool of blood, you open your eyes in time to see the hammer swinging down to you and you just roll out of the way as it slams into the floor and a spray of blood goes up. As right now there is a lot of blood all over the floor. And that ends his turn.
Get up. And then here's 5, 10, 15 feet to get back to the cauldron. It's all his movement. And if it's broke, don't fix it. Gonna hit with prayers for a 18 to hit.
Hits.
That is 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
Second attack is a 25 to hit.
Hits.
That is a 10 points of damage.
Another. So you've done 8 and you've just done another 10, yeah?
Yeah.
It breaks.
Fuck yeah. And as it's starting to break... Oh, fuck, I used all my movement. God damn it. Never mind. Yuri's just gonna hold up his fist and look at him and be like, "You're next."
As he struggles to his feet and says, I told you not to touch them! And just gestures a hand towards you, and the blood that's now pretty much like halfway up your hooves starts to slowly creep up your legs. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. As he casts Hold Person. It's all good, you have advantage on every fucking magical save.
I got a 14 and a 10.
That's enough. So this blood starts to slither up your legs and starts to coalesce, and as it starts to cover your body, you just kind of you feel this burning in your stomach, and you watch as it kind of boils away and just drips off of you back onto the floor. And then... Yeah. Bippity boppity bam! Did that token move, or am I lagging?
Yeah.
Find out next week. Awesome. Oh, that's a natural 20. So you take 8 plus... Oh, that's a 5. So 16 points of force damage.
Ooh, boy!
As you're like, yeah, I'm so good, and you just completely forgot about the hammer that just baseball swings you into the wall. Straight into the side of Yuri's head. Head connects with the wall. You're seeing lights as everything briefly goes dark. Your vision comes back. There's lights. You're blinking. Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I would have thought Yuri honestly had forgotten about it because he thought, oh, Bloodhammer, it'll disappear when he can't use the blood culture anymore.
Actually,
go ahead.
Actually, is Hold Person concentration?
I think it is.
It is. Is spiritual weapon? No. That's why clerics are so broken. Awesome. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
God, I hate clerics.
Oh, I know. I wanted to DM the campaign with 4 of them.
So it is your turn. What would you like to do as the blood is now pooling on the floor? It's weird, even though Yuri would possibly kind of see this out the corner of his eye as well, even though that door that you entered in... Oh no, the door closed. It's all good. You got slammed up against it. But then I guess you'd probably see it going under the cracks. It is not. It seems to be pulling up against all the doors you can see, not like it's actually draining out under the cracks of the doors. As you sludge through the blood, even though it's not that high, it's still hard walking through wet floor.
Uses 20 feet of movement to get in front of the thinking that breaking the cauldrons at work has done something to him. Yuri's gonna take a swing with first.
Also hit.
13.
13 hits. Yeah, 13 hits.
9 points of damage. Bludgeoning.
9 points of damage. So you come stomping over to him, and you start to bring up the fist, and as you do, no, please, no, and you whack straight into the side of him, and probably for the first time since seeing any sprays of blood in this room, Yuri feels a slight hope as a spray of blood flies out of his mouth as you knock a few teeth loose.
As that spray of blood comes out, Yuri feels this sense of a new arcane power kind of awaken itself as the spray of blood freezes and it gets sucked onto Yuri as he casts blood armor as a bonus action.
Nice. You kind of you glance in its direction as you're watching it arc across the sky, and it just and starts to slowly form over you into flowing but plate from the looks of it, like a plate mail chest piece made of flowing blood.
And as that happens, Yuri sees him and says now, again, I told you, you're not Thorgold of Foul. And I will follow up with my second prayer attack for my action. For a 18 to hit.
It's
Oh, shitty roll. 5 points of damage.
nice.
And that is my turn.
That is your turn. Awesome. As you're just pummeling into him, he just, no, please, stop! And as you swing with the second fist, you watch, almost kind of too late, as his eyes dart towards your wrist, and he just, no, please, grabs your wrist, and he's going to cast Inflict Wounds, which is real nasty.
Is it a reaction? Or do they both?
It's an attack on his turn, and it's a melee spell attack, so you get no save.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's a 13.
Well, that's fine. And my armor classes are 20.
Yeah. So you avoid the... What is it for inflict wounds? Oh yes, 3d10 necrotic damage. It's real pain.
Yeah, Toll the Dead changes if I'm injured.
Yeah, Toll the Dead. However, the spiritual weapon floats towards you and baseball swings at you again. And just as it comes swinging towards you, tendrils of blood out from your armor and just catch it and completely stop the momentum and just push it back and then back to the chest piece.
Heck yeah. I like it.
What would you like to do?
I want to rip my hand out of wrist.
No. It was like he grabbed hold of it to cast the spell and didn't quite get a good enough grip to be able to, and you can just... Really?
I want to use an action of attack to... I'll let you decide how to do it. I don't want to, like, grab his throat and pin it, because I feel like it's a little action. But I want to, like... Well, no, that is kind of what I want to do, and I understand if I can't do that.
I mean, if you want to just grab him by the throat and hit him repeatedly without it being a grapple, I will allow that. He's just not grappled.
Yeah. Perfect, that works. Because that's what I want to do. I want to reach out with my thoughts hand and grab his throat, and without it having to be its own check, like push him against the wall and just pound into his face twice with prayers. That is a first totally probably misses. That's a 10.
Misses. Somehow.
Fuck, they both miss, man. I'm fucking 9.
He is
I'd like to.
weirdly squirmy, just squirming and writhing all over the place, and it's just real gross. He's really sweaty now. There's like strands of hair everywhere that actually, now that you're looking, seem to be starting to fall out.
I did forget on those last 2 successful hits to add 3 to them for Hexblade's Curse, so it would be 6 more points of damage.
I'll allow it.
You don't have to, I just said I did.
No, I'll allow it. It did start off as a very unfair boss fight. I could have brutally
A really
murdered
good
you very
boss.
quickly.
I'll let go of his throat and just bring thoughts around for my next action. And that one hits for a dirty 20. I believe that's not a critical though, because it has to be a rolled 19 or 20.
Yes. That it do.
So 20. So 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Because I rolled
Nice.
2 plus a 30.
As you uppercut and his head just launches back and snaps into the back of the throne. With a very loud, sickening crunch, it leaves like a slight smear of blood on the back of the throne. Does that end your turn?
Then it does it my turn.
Okie dokie. Ooh. Green screen, please. Thank you. At this point, he's just feeling real desperate. He just reaches into his sleeve and slices at you with this sacrificial-looking dagger. First one is a 17 to hit, so it just kind of
Misses.
like it hits the armor and just kind of sticks in, and he has to wrench it out to swing again. Same with the second one. He's hitting the armor, and you are not feeling anything, as it just kind of you feel like a slight dull push as it impacts and slowly sinks in, and he wrenches it out, swings again, and just no. What would you like to do?
Is his, for flavor, is his hand also stuck in the blood, or just?
No, so he's pulled it free.
Okay. Yeah. For flavor, as he pulls it free, I would like to just kind of grab his wrist, not like trying to stop him from breaking it, but just like I said, for flavor. And I just smile at him, but an uncharacteristic smile for your ears. Not joy behind the smile, it's pure. I feel malice at this point. I feel for some reason Yuri actually is dead. That makes sense.
Yeah. The old Yuri can't come to the phone right now. Why? Because he's dead.
So yeah, I feel if he looks Yuri, I mean, he's never met Yuri before, but it's definitely not the same to the first one. Maybe like his eyes would please him. And he'll attack with, oh my fucking god, that's a natural one on the first one.
Misses. But that's cool, it's fine. That was the intimidation strike, as you just thunder into the throne next to him. I realise I forgot to use the spiritual weapon, but that's fine, because he's desperate right now, so...
Does the 14 hit?
Yes.
Sweet. So yeah, first intimidation strike, I go in to buy his ear, and to give him a sense of relief of like I miss, and before he even has his second thought, I follow. Then I connect with the second attack for 12 points of damage.
Would you like to describe your kill?
Yeah. So I have his wrist. I've just done the first blow past his ear into the throw. I hold up his arm above him. Actually, how tall is he? Because Yuri is
Not very. He's about 5'6".
So he is taller than me. That's fine.
Yeah.
So Yuri actually pulls his wrist down, and as he's pulling him down, this with all Yuri, he's gonna come up and uppercut him right square in the face, as hard as he fucking
Nice. You smash him in the face and he rockets back again into the throne, and you hear the sound of his head connect with the throne again. You also would... Actually, no. Yuri possibly wouldn't be hearing things right now. But as he connects with the throne again with that sickening crunch, and there's even more blood left across the back of this kind of headrest, in inverted commas. And as he kind of leans forward, he's like, oh, there's blood pouring from his face. Please, I'll give you anything! And you just feel something come over you, and you just... and just completely pummel him until he stops moving.
once his body's lifeless. I like to think Yuri's, even though his body's lifeless, has done a few more pounds of fists into his face. And Yuri's standing there and kind of doesn't necessarily step out of it, just kind of breathing a little heavier. And you're able to
Okay. As the body kind of like slumps back into the throne, now that the head's totally mashed up, it would probably kind of fall off, roll down the side of the throne and into the blood, a circlet.
Yuri will see it and pick it up.
And as you do, you hear a splash behind you, and so your new story begins. It was interesting to see that rage come over you. Try and make sure you don't lose yourself to it, little satyr. Wonder what your friends would think if they saw it.
I hear him say that. I turn around as quick as I can, not to make it sound but I to point at him. I'm assuming he's
He is. And there's like a perfect 5-foot circle around Shaxar where there is no blood, just spotless floor.
I'm pointing at him with the bloodied up hand. And I don't say anything. I let my hand drop.
I would advise putting the circlet on. It's the next step. And do say hi to him for me. And the blood just around him and falls away and he's gone.
Yuri's gonna look at the circlet. What's the circlet look like?
Thinking back and seeing if it looks like anything you've seen before, you remember a very, very similar looking circlet on the head of someone who came to see you in Dragon's End and somewhat started this whole chain of events, but it's almost in reverse, where that was a black metal ring with a red or like kind of rose red emblem. This is almost the opposite. It's that kind of pinky rose red with a black emblem. It's just this kind of like 4-spike flower almost.
He takes in a deep breath. The thoughts of Miri, Ethan, Seth, and Gunark are running through his head from when Jack showed up. You do this for them, Yuri. You do this to protect them. You do this to be reliable. Never forget them. Never forget them. They are entangled with you like vines. And I put on the circlet.
Okay. You put it on, and that fire that you felt in your stomach, almost this entire time now that you think about it, starts to spread through your body and also from the circlet. And you hear in your mind, dread by sight, dread by sound, dread by name, by dread be bound. Fear not. We're going to have some fun together. And that's where we will end this session. As Yuri hears the voice of Thorgol the Foul. And now you get your Fatebound features.
Woohoo! Heck yeah.
I hope everyone enjoyed. I certainly did.
I sure know I did.
Even though I've absolutely destroyed my voice and it's gone on about an hour longer than I expected, but that's fine.
Thank you.
I did remove a whole bunch of traps to help save some time.
I had a feeling every hallway had traps in it, so.
Maybe. I'm gonna post the map with no lighting and all of the traps in it. Basically the DM copy of the map. I'll put it on our Discord for everyone who's part of our Discord. They get a special sneak peek at what the DM's copy of the map looked like, and then maybe in like a week or a couple of weeks or so we'll probably tweet it out so everyone can see. But our humble Discord fans get the sneak peeks. So we'll probably post the Discord link on our social medias for people who aren't currently Discord people and want to join. Thank you everyone who has joined us. As you have been able to see throughout this whole session, please do, I mean it's not on the banner, but please do follow us on all social medias. Please head to our Patreon, which we totally have, to give us some support and help.
Make sure to add that on the banner.
Yes, and help fix our audio issues that we often have, help us get better at being able to fix them quickly, help us get some better equipment. All of it's going straight back into the show. And of course, brand new episodes of this show, Immortals, every Tuesday at 12 PM EST. This has obviously been running as like a sidebar to the main Immortals storyline, as Jordan has unfortunately been able to make a few of the sessions. However, if you want something that features Jordan more regularly, every other Friday now, I believe,
Yes.
Jordan has taken upon himself the role of the Dungeon Master and is running Voldonia by Starlight every other Friday, 9 PM EST.
Yes. It's like, right now it's like 9:30, but yeah.
9:30 EST. Also featuring the voice of Merida Thistlewhip from our
Well,
podcast.
not the voice of Mary, but the lovely, talented cast member who voices Mary is in that cast as well.
And some
our
other
next-
awesome, talented cast members that we picked up specifically for this show, which is good.
Yeah. And our next episode.
One of them
will
is in
be
the
on
audience right
June
now.
11th.
Hello.
Our next episode is on June 11th here on Twitch, and also on YouTube at the same time.
Yeah. Awesome. I think that's it on the everything.
Yeah, practicalheroes.com for all our links. If you like
Yes.
what we do, like, share, follow, subscribe, tell
And-
your friends, family, enemies about us.
If you've been enjoying what you saw, minus my unfortunate Google Chrome lag, I do encourage you to try it out yourself where you will get no lag. Above VTT, Google Chrome / Firefox extension, but much more stable on Chrome because I believe Chrome is easier to test. Totally free. They have a Patreon as well if you want to support them. It's open source, so people who are good at coding and want to play around with this and want to help them out can jump in the Discord and actually help out with bug fixes, getting new releases out faster, getting fun new features in faster. They have a constant channel on their Discord where people can request features, and more often
feel
than
like
not it's
since-
already been requested, but they do take them all on board.
Yeah, well, and I was gonna say, I feel like since we've been using it, 3 or 4 updates have already happened. Not major ones.
Oh
but
yeah,
like-
since I've been using it, I was using it in like, I think 0.4, and we're now on 0.48. There's been so
Yeah,
many
so that's-
since I've been using it, and I've only been using it like a month. It's insane. And it integrates directly with your D&D Beyond, so you can pull from characters, character sheets, any adventures you own, any monsters you own. They've now added in a soundboard to it, which I'm going to use in my Curse of Strahd campaign. Every time they say the name Strahd, I can click a button and it makes a thunder sound, which is so fun. But you can also use it for playing music and stuff. I found out recently you can do animated maps in it. It supports YouTube links. They've got custom tokens now. Yeah, it's cool stuff. I'm gonna let them rep themselves because we're not actually sponsored. I just really like it. I recommend it. But yeah, thanks everyone who came down and watched, especially the people in America.